191. Domestically, the influx of CIA-connected cocaine, especially when converted into a form known as crack, feeds a cynical war on drugs through which a preemptive counterinsurgency campaign is conducted against people of color who have become increasingly discontent with the administration's trickle-down economic policies. By 1989, 1 in 4 African American males is resultantly caught up in the U.S. penal system, giving them a greater probability of imprisonment than that faced by their black counterparts in South Africa at the height of apartheid. This last is obviously contrary to the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1966, as well as the 1973 International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, 1966. As concerns violations accruing from the Reagan administration's anti-Sandinista operations, see the entry for June 27, 1986. Tripoli and Benghazi, resulting in massive damage and more than 100 civilian deaths. Libyan head of state Muammar al-Qaddafi is specifically targeted in violation even of U.S. domestic law, with the result that his adopted infant daughter is killed. The attack is ostensibly carried out in retaliation for the earlier bombing by Libyan terrorists of a Berlin nightclub in which a U.S. serviceman was killed, although there is no evidence linking Libya to the incident, and German intelligence has concluded that no Libyans were involved. President Reagan also alleges that Libya has sponsored bombings at the Rome and Vienna airports, although the Italian and Austrian intelligence services firmly deny it. The airstrike is thus conducted without Security Council authorization, and absent the least proof of any hostile action by Libya against the U.S., a blatant violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and UNGA 337A, v. It thus constitutes an act of aggressive war under provision of the 1945 London Charter. Given the nature of the U.S. attack, violations of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, 1949 Geneva Convention 4 and UNGA RES 2444 are also apparent. April 21, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18016/Revelation 1, condemning the U.S. attack on Libya as a violation of international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 9-1-5. May 23, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18087/Revelation 1, calling for the imposition of punitive measures against South Africa because of its recent aggression against Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The U.S. joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 12-2-1. June 18, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18163, condemning South Africa's illegal intervention in Angola, and calling for the implementation of all necessary measures to force Pretoria to. 14. The U.S. launches an airstrike against the Libyan cities of 192. Cease and desist. The U.S. joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 12-2-1. June 27, the ICJ enters an advisory opinion in the case of Nicaragua v. U.S., finding the U.S. mining of Nicaraguan harbors to be illegal. The Reagan administration responds to this first-ever ruling against it by repudiating the court's jurisdiction, then vetoes a Security Council resolution designed to enforce the court's ruling. The dispute occurs amidst an undeclared but protracted low-intensity war waged by the U.S. against Nicaragua's leftist Sandinista government following the overthrow of longtime American client and self-acknowledged dictator Anastasio Somoza in 1979. In a replay of the strategy applied against Cuba during the early 1960s, the U.S. employs the Contras, a surrogate force of expatriate right-wing Nicaraguans to do the actual fighting, providing weapons, munitions, equipment, and advisors. This is illegal even under U.S. law, making it necessary for officials not only to engage in the drug trafficking discussed in the entry for March 16, 1986, but in a series of convoluted transactions wherein U.S. weapons provided to Israel are secretly transferred to Iran in exchange for off-the-books cash with which to fund the war effort. Finally, in late 1988, after 6 years of relentless cross-border raids, 40,000 deaths, and the near-total destruction of their economy, Nicaraguans accept a peace accord resulting in the reinstatement of a government acceptable to the U.S. As is to some extent indicated in the ICJ opinion, the U.S. campaign to destroy the Sandinistas violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, most especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, Article 18 of the OAS Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, and 3314, XXIX, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1949 Geneva Convention for and Additional Protocol 2, UNGARES 2444, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. U.S. repudiation of ICJ jurisdiction places the U.S. still further beyond the pale of international legality. July 31, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18250, calling for enforcement of the ICJ advisory opinion in Nicaragua v. U.S. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-1-3. October 26, by pre-arrangement, Israeli PM Peres hands the reins of power back to Yitzhak Shamir, who promptly scuppers his predecessor's moderate initiative. So popular is the old terrorist's hardline defiance of international law among Israeli voters that, on November 1, 1988, Shamir is propelled into yet another term as prime minister, this one of 4 years' duration. Those who claim that Lehi was merely an aberrant fringe in pre-state Zionist politics, and even more irrelevant after the attainment of Israeli statehood, would do well to note that this is Shamir's third stint as PM. Despite the absolute refusal of SC Resolutions 242 and 338 forming the core of Shamir's Likud ideology, and the fact that his positions and policies are formulated accordingly, the flow of U.S. support to Israel increases steadily during his tenure. 193. October 27, 124 member states endorse UNGARES 41/11, calling for establishment of a zone of peace and cooperation in the South Atlantic. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. October 28, 11 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18428, calling once again for enforcement of the ICJ advisory opinion in Nicaragua v. U.S. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 11-1-3. December. 148 member states endorse UNGARES 41/68A, embracing UNESCO's now World Information Order, designed to eliminate imbalances in the information and communications fields. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 4, 126 member states endorse UNGARES 41/90, calling for a review of the implementation of the Declaration of the Strengthening of International Security. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 4, 117 member states endorse UNGARES 41/91, calling for a multilateral results-oriented dialogue for purposes of improving the international situation. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 4, 102 member states endorse UNGARES 41/92, calling for establishment of a comprehensive system of international peace and security. The U.S., joined by France, cast the only opposing votes. Dec 4, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 41/128, the United Nations Declaration of the Right to Development. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 4, 148 member states endorse UNGARES 41/151, calling for measures to ensure the human rights and dignity of migrant workers. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. Meanwhile, U.S. domestic law and policy continues its rapid evolution in precisely the opposite direction. December 8, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 41/450, calling for increased protection against products harmful to health and the environment. Only the U.S., citing its usual trade rationale, casts an opposing vote. 1987. February 20, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18705, calling for imposition of mandatory sanctions against South Africa in order to compel its compliance with international law. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-3-2. April 9, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/18785, calling for the imposition of all necessary measures to compel South Africa to end its illegal occupation of Namibia. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 9-3-3. 194. May 1. Amnesty International releases a report documenting that conditions in the federal super-maximum prison at Marion, Illinois, violate every one of the UN standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners, 1955. A year later, a second AI report indicates that the situation is even more extreme in the government's Lexington High Security Unit for Women, in Kentucky. By then, other human rights organizations have reached similar conclusions with respect to Shawangunk Correctional Facility in New York, the then new Pelican Bay Supermax in California, and others. Quite uniformly, the studies conclude that U.S. penal policy at both the state and federal levels has been formulated in conscious violation of the 1975 Declaration on Protection from Torture, the 1984 Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Subsequently, the offending U.S. policies have been intensified, as is witnessed by the regimen imposed from the outset at the newest federal supermax at Florence, Colorado. JLLLY 3, the USS Vincennes, on patrol in the Persian Gulf, fires a surface-to-air missile at an Iranian commercial airliner, killing all 290 people aboard. Although the Pentagon pronounces the incident to have been accidental, no official apology is issued. The U.S. officially refuses to indemnify the families of the victims, and both the ship's captain and the air defense officer who launched the missile are decorated for their performance in 1990. The U.S. posture in this instance bears obvious comparison to that it displayed vis-a-vis the Soviet Union after the Soviets shot down Korean Airlines Flight 007, which had illegally penetrated their airspace in 1983. Still more to the point, it bears comparison to the outpouring of outrage in the U.S. and official insistence both upon prosecution of those responsible and billions in compensation for the families of those killed when, in 1988, Libya is alleged to have blown up Pan Am Flight 103 in retaliation for the 1986 American bombing of Tripoli and Benghazi. See the entry for April 14, 1986. While Libya eventually settles the claim against it, the equally meritorious claims of Libyan and Iranian families against the U.S. have, on the other hand, been dismissed out of hand by American courts, and the U.S. refuses to accept ICJ jurisdiction in such matters. See the entry for June 27, 1986. October 14, the Senate finally votes to ratify the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In doing so, however, it attached a sovereignty package consisting of 2 reservations and 5 understandings, on the basis of which the U.S. claims the right to exempt itself from compliance at its own discretion. Thus, within weeks of the Reagan administration's depositing of the ratification with the UN Secretariat in November, several prior signatories Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and the U.K. all enter strong objections, challenging the legality of the Senate maneuver. The so-called sovereignty package has not been retracted, and the objections have not been withdrawn. As of this writing, the U.S. has still to become a valid signatory. In 1951, however, the ICJ declared the genocide a government of laws. 195. Convention to have attained the force and status of customary international law. The U.S. is thus obliged to comply with the Convention's terms and provisions, whether or not it ever enters a valid ratification. The U.S. Senate has no more standing to alter that fact than did the Nazi officials who made the same claim from the defendant's dock at Nuremberg. October 15, 153 member states endorse UNGARES 42/5, reaffirming the need for greater cooperation between the UN and the League of Arab States. The US and Israel again cast the only opposing votes. November 12, 94 member states endorse UNGARES 42/18, asserting the need for compliance with ICJ rulings with regard to US military and paramilitary operations against Nicaragua. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 2, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 42/69J, calling upon Israel to abandon plans to resettle Palestinian refugees away from their homes in the West Bank. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. The resettlement continues with full US support. December 153 member states endorse UNGARES 42/159, calling not only for measures to prevent international terrorism, but for a comprehensive study of its root causes, and for an international conference to define terrorism in such a way as to distinguish it from legitimate wars of national liberation. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. DBG 8. 140 member states endorse UNGARES 42/162b, calling for the training of journalists to strengthen communications services in the underdeveloped world. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 9, beginning in the Jabalia refugee camp, the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip initiates a sustained mass revolt known as the Intifada. Although the demonstrators engage in no violence more serious than throwing stones, burning tires, and waving the Palestinian flag, the IDF, complying with orders from Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin to break their bones, responds with riot batons, tear gas, water cannons, rubber bullets, and live ammunition. The population of the West Bank then joins in. Rabin replies with a still more sweeping program of repression, including deportation of political activists, political assassination, administrative detention, mass arrests, curfews, punitive economic policies, the closing down of schools and universities, and the breaking up of communal structures. By the end of the first year, having itself sustained no fatalities in the process, the IDF has killed at least 390 unarmed Palestinian men, women, and children. Of these, more than 100 died upon being hit by non-lethal rubber bullets, 66 were asphyxiated by non-lethal CS gas, 36 were children aged 12 or younger, and the demonstration/killing continue for another 2 years. Despite these blatant crimes against humanity, the US remains steadfast in its support to Israel, supplying ever-increasing quantities of weaponry and financial support, helping fend off meaningful action by the UN, and increasingly incorporating Israeli crowd control rationales/techniques into its own police procedures. A different result obtains, however, in 196. That the Intifada galvanizes Arab support for the attainment of Palestinian statehood to an unprecedented degree. Conversely, sentiments reviling the US and Israel reach an all-time high on the Arab street. The unremitting pattern of US-supported Israeli atrocities attending the Intifada also gives rise, in 1988, to Hamas, an Islamicist group dedicated to the waging of jihad, literally struggle, meaning holy war in this context against Israel and its supporters. Like Hezbollah, see the entries for April 18 and October 23, 1983, Hamas adopts the tactic of suicide bombing in a desperate bid to offset the technological advantages enjoyed by their oppressors. D6c. 1. 94 member states endorse UNGARES 42/176, calling for an end to the embargo on Nicaragua. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. The US embargo continues, full force. December 11, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 42/198, calling for increased international cooperation with regard to the external debt problems of underdeveloped countries. The US alone, claiming that third world debt relief would impair trade, casts an opposing vote. December 11, 131 member states endorse UNGARES 42/441, authorizing the preparation of summary records for a UN conference on trade and development. The US casts the only opposing vote on that as well. December 1, 4, PLO Chairman Arafat, following up on resolutions passed by the Palestinian National Congress on November 15, holds a press conference in Geneva. There, he confirms that the PLO has totally and absolutely renounced terrorism, including individual, group and state terrorism. He then goes on to clarify that the PLO has unconditionally accepted resolutions 242 and 338, and is therefore proposing a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a formulation implicitly following Sadat's much-reviled acceptance of Israel's right to exist, even without resolution of the illegalities embodied in its founding. See the entry for September 17, 1977. Israeli PM Shamir rejects Arafat's overture on its face, opining perhaps projecting his own self-concept onto the Palestinians that those who have been terrorists will always remain terrorists. The US, however, is ensnared in the fact that then SEC of State Kissinger went on record in 1975 positing precisely the criteria Arafat has now addressed as the essential preconditions for US recognition of the PLO as a legitimate negotiating partner. No such requirements were ever imposed upon Israel, of course. However grudgingly, the US therefore opens a formal dialogue with PLO representatives. Concerned that a negotiated settlement may thus have been rendered inevitable, former Israeli PM Peres, now Vice Premier, laments that the US decision to at last allow the Palestinians themselves a voice in determining their fate represents a sad day for all of us. 1988. January 18. 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/19434, strongly deploring Israeli attacks against Lebanese territory, and 197. Its treatment of civilians in the occupied areas of southern Lebanon. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. February 1. 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/19466, calling upon Israel to accept the de jure applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to its policies in the occupied territories of Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. March 8. 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/19585, calling for the imposition of mandatory sanctions as a means of compelling Pretoria to comply with international law. The US joins the UK in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-2-3. April 15. 4 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/19780, condemning Israeli treatment of civilian populations in the occupied territories, calling upon Israel to rescind a recent order to deport Palestinians from certain areas, and demanding that the Israelis comply with the requirements of the 1949 Geneva Convention in its occupation policies. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. Masai 10. 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/19868, condemning another Israeli invasion of Lebanon and demanding immediate withdrawal. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. October 18. 146 member states endorse UNGARES 43/3, calling for greater UN cooperation with the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. October 25, 89 member states endorse UNGARES 43/11, accepting the ICJ opinion in Nicaragua v. US, see the entry for June 27, 1986. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. October 25, 140 member states endorse UNGARES 43/12, calling for greater UN cooperation with the Organization of African Unity. Only the US casts an opposing vote. November 130 member states endorse UNGARES 43/21, describing the Intifada as a legitimate response to Israel's denial of Palestinian rights. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. November 1, 144 member states endorse UNGARES 43/23, calling for the declaration of the Southern Atlantic as a zone of international peace and cooperation. Only the US votes against the resolution. November 22, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 43/29, condemning foreign economic interests impeding implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in Namibia and elsewhere. The US is one of 9 countries voting against the resolution. 198. November 22, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 43/45, calling for immediate implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all colonial territories. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. November 22, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 43/46, calling for increased dissemination by UN agencies of information on decolonization. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. November 22, 135 member states endorse UNGARES 43/47, calling for an international decade for eradication of colonization. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 149 member states endorse UNGARES 43/50K, condemning the continuation of apartheid in South Africa. Only the US and Israel vote against the resolution. December 6, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 43/54C, declaring Israeli policies to be the primary obstacle to peace in the Middle East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 152 member states endorse UNGARES 43/57E, calling for establishment of a UN relief and work agency for Palestine refugees. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 152 member states endorse UNGARES 43/58D, accepting the report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of the population of the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 154 member states endorse UNGARES 43/70, calling for prevention of an arms race in outer space. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 99 member states endorse UNGARES 43/80, calling for Israeli nuclear disarmament. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 43/146, calling for improved measures to ensure the dignity and human rights of all migrant workers. Only the US casts an opposing vote, Israel abstains. Dec 9, 117 member states endorse UNGARES 43/160A. Granting UN observer status to all national liberation movements recognized as such by the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 137 member states endorse UNGA 43/164, approving the draft Code of Crimes against Peace and the Security of Mankind. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 14, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/20322, strongly deploring an Israel attack against Lebanese territory on December 9. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. 199. December 15, 138 member states endorse UNGA RES 43/176, affirming the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 20, 128 member states endorse UNGA RES 43/195, calling for increased international cooperation to eradicate poverty in developing countries. The US alone votes against the resolution. December 20, 150 member states endorse UNGA RES 43/198, calling for an alleviation of the external debt crisis in order to facilitate development in third world countries. The US alone votes against the resolution. December 22, the US signs and the Senate ratifies the Vienna Convention on Protection of the Ozone Layer. Although this makes compliance a domestic as well as international legal requirement, the US persistently fails to fulfill its obligations in this respect, especially with regard to cooperation in the legal, scientific, and technical fields. See, example the entry for November 10, 2001. 1989. January 11, the US endorses the Declaration on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons adopted by the UN Conference of the same name. As of this writing, however, stockpiles at the Tooele Army Ordnance Depot in Utah remain intact. January 11, 9 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/20378, condemning a recent U.S. shoot-down of Libyan aircraft as a violation of international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 9-4-2. February 1, the U.S. refuses to endorse ECOSOC's draft Code of Conduct on Transnational Corporations. February L/14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/20463, strongly deploring Israel's policies and practices in the occupied territories, as well as the ongoing Israeli refusal to comply with relevant Security Council resolutions and other requirements of international law. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. April 20, 129 member states endorse UNGA RES 43/233, affirming the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. May 1, 4, with Israel's image badly tattered by its response to the Intifada and with its confidence shaken by the inability of the IDF to quell it, PM Shamir advances a tentative peace plan in which, although the idea of a Palestinian state is rejected a priori, Israel will conduct preliminary discussions with non-PLO Palestinian representatives regarding disposition of the occupied territories. On May 20, Seconds of State James Baker embraces the idea, and, in September, Egyptian President Mubarak offers his 200 services as host. In an unprecedented gesture, even the PLO agrees to temporarily step aside. Under severe pressure from his own Likud party, however, Shamir then abruptly reverses himself, announcing that Israel will not participate. Nonetheless, on March 13, 1990, having been cast by Ariel Sharon and others as a capitulationist, he becomes the first prime minister in Israeli history removed by vote of the Knesset. Allowed to return to his position 12 weeks later, Shamir, lesson learned, fields the most right-wing cabinet ever assembled in a country noted for right-wing cabinets. Although such comportment is deeply embarrassing to the US, and despite the fact that the Israeli posture ends up to all appearances being more in conflict with the requirements of the UN Charter than it was at the outset, US support to Israel continues without interruption. June c. 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/20677, condemning Israeli practices and policies in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. July 31, Jordan's King Hussein, weary of perpetual Israeli subterfuge, announces relinquishment of all legal and administrative claims to the West Bank, and that his country will no longer be party to negotiations in behalf of the Arab population there. Henceforth, to sustain even a pretense that it is seeking a means of complying with SC Resolutions 242 and 338, Israel will have no alternative but to negotiate directly with the Palestinians. Ignoring Arafat's clear statement in Geneva a few months earlier, see the entry for December 14, 1988, Israeli PM Shamir responds that there can be no negotiation with terrorists who deny the right of Israel to its very existence. Although the U.S. itself appears inclined to attempt a final co-optation of the PLO, its material support to Shamir's obstructionist regime remains undiminished. November I, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/20945/Revelation 1, deploring Israel's policies and practices in the occupied territories. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. December 6, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 4442, calling for the implementation of SCRES 242, 1967, and realization of Palestinian self-determination. Only the U.S. and Israel, joined on this occasion by Dominica, vote against the resolution. Dec 15, the U.S. refuses to endorse UNGARES 44/128, the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aimed at eliminating the death penalty. Although the protocol enters into force on July 11, 1991, with 29 state parties, the U.S. as of this writing remains a non-signatory, purporting to reserve unto itself the sovereign prerogative of indulging in a form of state murder invalidated under international law. December 20, the U.S. launches Operation Just Cause, the full-scale invasion of Panama. Although Pres. George Bush claims the assault is necessary to serve a warrant on the Panamanian head of state military strongman Manuel Noriega, a former CIA asset whom U.S. intelligence agencies claim a government of Los 201 is involved in drug trafficking. The actual motive has far more to do with Noriega's increasing independence, refusing to extend U.S. rights to base troops in the Panama Canal Zone through the year 2000, to allow Panamanian territory to be used as a staging area for U.S. operations against Nicaragua, to participate in the ongoing U.S. embargo of Cuba, and so on. Having failed to coerce Panama's compliance with its desires through various means, including an ever more stringent embargo commencing in late 1985, the U.S. exercises its military option, killing an estimated 4,000 Panamanians. Their bodies are quickly buried in mass graves and their deaths officially denied by Washington, and wounding as many as 20,000 others in the process. Noriega is arrested and hauled off to the U.S., where he remains incarcerated in a federal maximum security prison, and his U.S.-installed successors have, understandably enough, proven far more deferential vis-a-vis their mighty neighbor to the north. Just Cause embodies blatant violations of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, including virtually every article falling under Chapters I, 6 and 7, most of the articles falling under Chapters I, 2, 4 and V of the OAS Charter, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, 2444 and 3314, XXIX, as well as the 1949 Geneva Convention for the Economic Measures undertaken by the U.S. with regard to Panama prior to 1989 also violated numerous articles falling under Chapter 9 of the UN Charter. December 23, 10 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/21048, condemning the U.S. invasion of Panama as a gross violation of international law. The UK and France join the US in vetoing the resolution. Final vote, 10-4-1. S/21084, condemning U.S. violations of international laws pertaining to diplomatic immunity during its invasion of Panama. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-1. April 2, Mexican physician Humberto Alvarez McCain is kidnapped and tortured at U.S. behest, then brought to the U.S. for prosecution on charges relating to the 1985 torture murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena. Alvarez McCain, whose cross-border abduction has been approved by the USATT New York General, is accused of keeping Camarena alive while he was being tortured. The Supreme Court then clears the way for Alvarez McCain to be tried in the U.S., ruling that, since it does not specifically forbid the U.S. from kidnapping Mexican nationals, U.S.-Mexico extradition treaty has no bearing on the case. Ironically, a jury subsequently finds Alvarez McCain to be innocent of the charges against him. April 1, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, in a communication to his patron, George Bush, proposes a plan to eliminate weapons of mass destruction from all countries in the Middle East. Bush, undoubtedly with 202. Israel's nuclear arsenal in mind, categorically rejects the idea. Such a response is, of course, in flat contradiction, not only to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the Conventions on Chemical and Biological Weapons, as well as a host of UN resolutions. It also puts the lie to current U.S. assertions that Hussein was always hell-bent on preserving such weapons in his own arsenal. May 1, the Phoenix Indian School, a residential facility, holds its final commencement ceremony. The school's closure marks the end of an era, lasting more than a century, during which the federal government utilizes such facilities. At one point there are nearly 100 of them for the express purpose of destroying the cultural identity of every single American Indian child and thus the viability of indigenous cultures themselves within its claimed boundaries. In order to accomplish this, it was necessary to forcibly transfer thousands of youngsters from successive generations from their homes/communities/societies to the schools, where they were kept for years on end, often under conditions that can only be described as horrific. The death rates in many facilities was more than twice that of Dachau. Any such policy embodies patent violation of virtually every subpart of the 1948 Genocide Convention, ESP. Articles 1 KB, pertaining to the causing of serious mental harm to members of the target group, and IC, pertaining to the forced transfer of children. Systematic violations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man, and the American Convention on Human Rights is also self-evident. May 31, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/21326, condemning Israel's gross and ongoing violation of Palestinian rights. The U.S., arguing that the moment is inopportune for such a resolution, vetoes it. Final vote, 14-1-0. Aug. 2. Iraq, still very much a U.S. client state press. Bush had approved the transfer of $5 million in advanced computers to the Iraqi military only the day before occupies neighboring Kuwait, on the Persian Gulf. Although there is a strong case that Kuwait is actually Iraq's own 19th province, separated from the rest of the country by British fiat during the early 1920s, and that, in any event, the Kuwaitis have been using slant drilling techniques to siphon Iraqi oil from the large fields situated west of Basra. Its having undertaken such an action without explicit U.S. sanction prompts Bush to order an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Iraqi forces. When, on August 12, Hussein communicates his willingness to leave Kuwait in exchange for a reciprocal Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories of Palestine, Bush denounces him as being worse than Hitler. Soon, absurd fables example Iraqi troops throwing hundreds of Kuwaiti babies out of incubators are being trumpeted in the media to punctuate the point. Meanwhile, Bush has announced Operation Desert Shield, the introduction of 425,000 U.S. troops to Saudi Arabia, ostensibly to guard against it too being overrun by Saddam's murderous hordes. There is no evidence that Iraq considered invading the Arabian Peninsula. In short order, Bush has announced the advent of a new world order, in which 203 tyrants and dictators must understand that what we say, goes, i.e., accept the tyranny of U.S. dictates. The U.S. refusal to negotiate a resolution to the crisis in Kuwait violates the 1928 treaty providing for the renunciation of war as an instrument of national policy, Kellogg-Briand Pact, the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 33, d, and UNGARES 337a, v. Alg. 2. The U.S. secures passage of SCRES 660, calling for an immediate withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Several countries, notably Cuba, wish to link the issue to enforcement of SC Resolutions 242 and 338 against Israel, but the U.S. refuses. Cuba then votes against SCRES 660. October 8. What Saddam and Cuba have failed to accomplish, the Israelis do for them. An extremist group calling itself the Temple Mount Loyalists enters Haram al-Sharif, noble sanctuary, location of the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque to Muslims. This is the most sacred site in all Jerusalem to assert Jewish control. When infuriated Muslim worshippers pelt the loyalists with rocks, an IDF security detachment opens fire, killing 21 Palestinians. International outrage is so great, especially in the Arab states, several of which have entered into a coalition with the U.S. to drive Iraq from Kuwait and threaten to withdraw unless something is done, that the U.S. is forced to join in two unanimous Security Council condemnations of the Israeli atrocity in as many days. In this case, the U.S. barely avoids having to go along with the imposition of tangible penalties against its best friend in the Middle East. November 20, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 45/17, condemning foreign economic and other activities impeding implementation of UNGARES 1514, 15, the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in Namibia and other non-self-governing territories. The U.S. is one of 11 countries casting opposing votes. November 20, 115 member states endorse UNGARES 45/18, calling for implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples through specialized UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. November 20, 110 member states endorse UNGARES 45/32, calling for resolution of the question of Guam in conformity with the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The US, joined by Israel and the UK, cast opposing votes. November 20, 131 member states endorse UNGARES 45/34, calling for immediate implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. November 20, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 45/35, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. 204. November 27, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 45/36, calling for declaration of the Southern Atlantic as a zone of international peace and cooperation. Only the US casts an opposing vote. November 28, 116 member states endorse UNGARES 45/37, calling for conveyance of UN observer status upon all national liberation movements recognized as such by the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. November 29, the US secures passage of SCRES 678, authorizing the use of all necessary force, beginning on January 15, 1991, to compel Iraq's withdrawal from Kuwait. Several countries, again led by Cuba, seek to make the authorization contingent upon the adoption of similar measures to compel Israeli compliance with SCRES 242. When the U.S. refuses to accept any such linkage, Cuba and Yemen vote against SCRES 678, and China abstains. December 4, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 4549, calling for cessation of all nuclear test detonations. The US and Israel are two of the three countries casting opposing votes. December 4, 116 member states endorse UNGARES 4550, calling for an amendment to strengthen the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. The US is one of three countries casting opposing votes. December 4, 140 member states endorse UNGARES 4551, pointing to the urgent need for a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, the US alone casts a vote opposing UNGARES 4558, calling for general and complete disarmament. December 4, 98 member states endorse UNGARES 4563, condemning Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 4567, calling for resolution of the question of Palestine in conformity with international law. December 6, 144 member states endorse UNGARES 4568, calling for an international conference to discuss reciprocal withdrawal of Iraq from Kuwait and Israel from the occupied territories of Palestine as a necessary first step towards achieving peace in the Middle East. Only the US and Israel vote against the resolution, with the US vociferously rejecting the idea of linkage between the postures of Iraq and Israel. December 6, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 4569, endorsing the Intifada as a legitimate response to the illegality of Israel's policies vis-a-vis Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. A government of laws. 205. December 10, an international tribunal convened in New York under authority of ECOSOC RES 1503, Slay 8, Article 38 of the Statute of the ICJ, and the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal concludes that U.S. repression of national liberation movements within its borders violates Protocol 2 additional to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, UNGA Resolutions 2625, XXV, and 3103, XXVIII, and several articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as Articles 9 and 14 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The conditions under which members of such movements are imprisoned in the U.S. are found to be in violation of the UN Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, the Declaration on Protection from Torture, and the International Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. The U.S. relationship to all peoples of color under its jurisdiction is found to be in violation of the International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racism and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The U.S. relationship to Puerto Rico and Native North America is also found to be in violation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The U.S. ignores these findings and continues business as usual. December 11, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 45/73K, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 45/74G, approving the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 12, 128 member states endorse UNGARES 4577, calling for declaration of the Indian Ocean as an international zone of peace. The US is one of 4 countries casting an opposing vote. DCC 12, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 4582, calling for greater cooperation between the UN and the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. DSC 14, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 4584, deploring the adverse consequences accruing from continuing political, military, and economic assistance extended to the apartheid regime in South Africa. The US is one of 9 countries casting opposing votes. DGC 14, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 4596, calling for the adoption of alternative approaches by the UN in its efforts to advance universal enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The US alone casts an opposing vote. D6C 14, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 45/130, stressing the importance of the right to self-determination and calling for the immediate 206 granting of independence to all non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 15 countries casting opposing votes. December 1, 121 member states endorse UNGARES 45/132, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede realization of the right to self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 10 countries casting opposing votes. December 18, 140 member states endorse UNGARES 45/145, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. The US is one of 2 countries casting opposing votes. Dec 18, the US refuses to endorse UNGARES 45/158, the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families. As of this writing, the US remains a non-signatory state. December 21, 135 member states endorse UNGARES 45/183, calling for increased non-military assistance to the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1991. Jan. Iraq again signals its willingness to withdraw from Kuwait, this time in exchange for a U.S. agreement in principle to take unspecified steps towards resolving the Palestinian refugee problem. Although several senior U.S. diplomats publicly describe the proposal as a serious pre-negotiating position, Pres. Bush dismisses it out of hand, insisting there can be no linkage of Iraq's conduct to that of Israel. Once again, the U.S. refusal to consider a diplomatic solution violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 33, 1, as well as UNGARES 337A, v. January 16, the U.S. unleashes Operation Desert Storm, an all-out air assault on Iraq. Over the next 43 days, some 67,000 combat sorties are flown, about 35,000 over military targets in the Iraq-Kuwait combat theater, and the rest over Baghdad, Basra, and other civilian-populated target areas, during which over 84,000 tons of ordnance is expended. Only about 7,400 tons of this total, less than 10%, consists of the smart munitions depicted continuously and all but exclusively in the American media. Along with the destruction of military targets, the U.S. takes as its stated objective the obliteration of Iraq's infrastructure, a term including destruction of electrical power generation, water purification, sanitation and other such facilities, all of which the civilian population depends upon for survival. Given the very high proportion of dumb bombs used in the onslaught, it is entirely predictable that upwards of 20,000 Iraqi civilians will be killed in Baghdad alone. Collateral damage also includes the bulk of Iraq's food and medical supply stores, scores of hospitals and schools, even a home for the elderly. The destruction is vastly greater than anything even allegedly inflicted by Iraq upon Kuwait, and results, according to the 207 Jordanian Red Crescent Society, in about 120,000 civilian fatalities overall. There is simply no tenable interpretation of the nature/scope of the campaign mounted by the US which brings it even remotely into conformity with the use only of such force as might be necessary to drive Iraq from Kuwait, authorized by SCRES 678. To the contrary, Desert Storm is expressly conducted in such a way as to destroy Iraq's military capacity, in the very broadest sense, for at least the next 10 years, and, preferably, for the next generation, a goal vastly exceeding that set by the Security Council. Moreover, the tactics employed to this end incorporate systematic violation of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, the London Charter, the 1949 Geneva Convention for, UNGARES 2444, Protocol I additional to the Geneva Conventions, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. Insofar as both cluster bombs and a Blue 82 fuel air bomb, that is, a huge incendiary device, are used on occasions where civilians are known to be present, violation of the 1981 Convention on Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons which may be deemed to be excessively injurious or to have indiscriminate effects is also at issue. Insofar as diplomatic solutions were deliberately and repeatedly avoided, the entire campaign constitutes patent violation of the 1928 treaty providing for war as an instrument of national policy, and qualifies as an aggressive war, thus a violation of the London Charter under provision of UNGARES 3314, XXIX. January 24, the US bombs 2 oil tankers in the harbor at Kuwait City, releasing a gigantic oil slick into the Persian Gulf. A week later, the Pentagon concedes that US planes have bombed the terminus points of 2 major oil pipelines, causing even more oil to spill. Previously, Defense Department spokespersons had attributed this to Iraqi environmental terrorism, placing the entire Gulf ecosystem at risk. By this point, more than 500 combat sorties have been flown against Iraqi chemical plants and nuclear reactors. Hundreds of others have involved the dropping of napalm and white phosphorus ordnance on Iraq's southern oil fields. Much is later made, and appropriately so, of the ecological catastrophe embodied in Iraq's firing of Kuwaiti oil fields during its withdrawal, but the US was doing the same thing as a matter of course. None of this was prompted by the military necessity of winning the war, rather, it was, as US officials candidly admitted, undertaken for the explicit purpose of shaping Iraq's post-war destiny. All of it, moreover, entailed gross violations of the 1978 Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques. February 1. Iraq offers once more to withdraw from Kuwait, contingent only upon U.S. acceptance, in principle, of a linkage of its doing so to the obligation of Israel, set forth in SCRES 242, 1967, to withdraw its forces from the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. The U.S. responds that Iraqi withdrawal must be unconditional, a posture prompting even former Reagan officials like James Webb to opine that Bush is opting for the rule of brute force rather than diplomacy. Once again, the U.S. refusal to even consider a non-military resolution violates the 1970 Declaration on 208 Principles of International Law concerning Friendly Relations and Cooperation among States in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 33, 1, and UNGARES 337a, v. February 23, the Soviets broker an Iraqi offer to begin withdrawing from Kuwait within 24 hours of a ceasefire, to which the U.S. replies that the withdrawal must be undertaken while the bombing continues. On February 26, while Iraq attempts to comply, its retreating troops, heavily intermixed with fleeing civilians, are set upon full force by U.S. air power, armed for the occasion mainly with cluster and incendiary munitions, including napalm. Upwards of 25,000 people are annihilated within hours along the highway of death leading from Kuwait City to Basra. Setting aside the large numbers of civilians known to be present, a matter rendering the entire target illegitimate under terms of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Combat, the London Charter, the 1949 Geneva Convention for, UNGARES 2444, the 1977 Protocol I additional to the Geneva Conventions, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. The fact that the troops involved were plainly out of combat made them exempt from attack. Under provision of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, Common Article 3. The use of incendiary and cluster ordnance under such circumstances is also a clear violation of the 1981 Convention on Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons. Finally, by any rational assessment, the U.S. action plainly exceeds the use of necessary force authorized by SCRES 678. February 27, Press. Bush states publicly that no quarter will be given to Iraqi soldiers who continue to resist the U.S. invasion of their country. Such orders are illegal under provision of the 1907 Hague Convention for respecting the laws and customs of war on land, not to mention the Nuremberg Charter, and have been outlawed in the U.S. Army's own rules of engagement since promulgation of its Lieber Code in 1863. Nonetheless, Gen. Norman Schwarzkopf, commander of all U.S. and Allied forces in the Gulf, issues several comparable directives and says later that his one concern at the time was how long the world would stand by and watch the U.S. pound the living hell out of Iraq without saying, "Wait a minute, enough is enough." It is thus unquestionable that those commanding U.S. military operations were well aware that their overall approach to the war vastly exceeded the use of necessary force authorized by SCRES 678. March 2, although a ceasefire has finally been announced by Press. Bush 2 days earlier, Gen. Schwarzkopf orders the 24th Infantry Div to attack an Iraqi Republican Guard unit as it moves defenselessly and away from Kuwait along a causeway near Basra. Over 2,000 Iraqi soldiers are slaughtered in a hail of fire from U.S. tanks, artillery, and helicopter gunships using laser-guided weapons. Violation of a ceasefire in this fashion has been listed as a war crime under the U.S. Army's Rules of Engagement since 1863. Among other laws of war violated are the 1907 Hague Convention for, the London Charter, Common Article 3 of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. Moreover, it is once again clear that, by any a government of laws. 209. Definition: the parameters of necessary force established by SCRES 678 have been completely ignored. April. SCRES 687 is passed, requiring Iraq to submit to the United Nations a declaration disclosing the totality of its stockpile of weapons of mass destruction, the components of those weapons, and the means of their production. The resolution, reinforced in this regard by another a few months later, also requires Iraq to admit UN inspectors, UNSCOM, for purposes of verifying the accuracy of the Iraqi declaration, to oversee destruction of the offending weapons/materials, and then to oversee ongoing Iraqi compliance with prohibitions against reacquisition of them. The U.S., which assumes ascendancy over UNSCOM from the outset, soon converts the organization in part into an apparatus for gathering intelligence having nothing to do with its ostensible mission. Ultimately, in 1998, the persistence of espionage activity and other such provocations leads Iraq to expel all U.S. inspectors. His operation thus subverted by U.S. misconduct, UNSCOM head Richard Butler orders inspectors from other countries to leave as well. The Iraqi government thus did not kick out all the UN weapons inspectors, as is now commonly asserted by U.S. officials and media pundits alike. April. SCRES 688 is passed, extending UN protection over the Kurdish and Shiite minorities residing, respectively, in the northern and southern regions of Iraq. Although the US and Britain claim that the Security Council has thereby imposed northern and southern no-fly zones over Iraqi territory, and authorized them to patrol the airspace involved to ensure compliance, such matters were never discussed by the Council, and SCRES 688 contains no such language. In effect, the US and Britain subvert the resolution to their own purpose of waging an unauthorized and undeclared but nonetheless continuous air war against Iraq from mid-1991 onward. For the most part, the protracted assault is low-key enough to go mostly unnoticed. Example: small airstrikes triggered by such hostile Iraqi actions as turning on a radar unit, but periodically involves large-scale bombing and missile attacks. See example the entry for December 16, 1998. Instructively, while the offenders claim their aggression is essential to the humanitarian mission of protecting Kurds from Iraqis, both US and British pilots are assigned to provide air support to Turkish military forces conducting a large-scale counterinsurgency campaign in northern Iraq against Kurdish guerrillas seeking to establish an independent state, from 1995 to 1997, and again in 2000. Upwards of 50,000 Turkish troops are engaged in such operations. All told, some 30,000 Kurds are killed, hundreds of thousands of others displaced. Overall, the U.S./British air campaign against Iraq is conducted in violation of the 1928 treaty providing for renunciation of war as an instrument of national policy, Kellogg-Briand Pact, the London Charter, the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. With regard to air support missions flown in support of the Turks, violations of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Combat, the 1949 Geneva Convention for and 210. Additional Protocol I, UNGARES 2444, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts are apparent. In view of the non-self-governing status accorded the Kurds by both Turkey and Iraq, violation of UNGARES 1514, 15, the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples is also at issue. June 25, with U.S. backing, the Yugoslav republics of Croatia and Slovenia declare independence, precipitating a civil war within the Balkan state. Although each republic holds a self-determining right to do so, Yugoslavia was, after all, created not by its ostensible citizens, but by the League of Nations. After World War I, U.S. intervention has seriously deformed the process and its implications. Especially in Croatia, substantial U.S. financial/political support accrues to overtly fascist groups, notably a faction headed by Franjo Tuđman, an unabashed Holocaust denier and admirer of Hitler who openly dedicates himself to the ethnic purity of Croatia. As incipient head of state, Tuđman adopts the flag of the Nazi-aligned World War II Ustasha, a Croatian formation directly responsible for the deaths of as many as 1 million Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies as his country's emblem, and initiates a process of repatriating aging Ustashi to join his new government. See the entry for December 11, 1946. When the Yugoslav government moves to prevent the Croatian/Slovenian breakaway, much as Abraham Lincoln moved to prevent the Confederate States of America from seceding in 1861, both the US and the European Union impose stringent sanctions on Yugoslavia, while the US channels significant military aid to the Tuđman regime. By January 1992, both Slovenia and Croatia have been recognized by the US and the EU as independent states and are scheduled for UN admission, despite the fact that no resolution to Yugoslavia's charter-guaranteed right to maintain its territorial integrity has been achieved. This is usefully compared to an ongoing U.S. insistence that Iraq must remain one country, despite the clear right of the Kurds to form a state of their own. The twisting of law to fragment Yugoslavia in a particular way allows for the direct incorporation of the country's northerly region into Germany's sphere of immediate economic interest, and its southerly realm into the U.S. strategic dominion. Overall, U.S. policy in the Balkans violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. U.S. provision of armaments to Croatia also occurs in contravention of UNGA RES 300, 4. September 12, a story in Newsday reports the confirmation by U.S. officials that thousands of young Iraqi conscripts had been buried alive in 49 mass graves during the 4 days of ground war occurring towards the end of Desert Storm. The victims had been given no more opportunity to surrender to their killers in this instance, than they were to the aircraft that had been relentlessly bombing and strafing them for weeks. Their fates, moreover, had been preplanned by U.S. strategists openly dedicated to significantly impairing Iraq's military manpower availability for the next genera. 211. Special plows had been built for the purpose of accomplishing mass live burials, operators trained for months in advance. Providing enemy combatants a reasonable opportunity to surrender has been a part of U.S. military law since 1863. It is also required under the 1899 Hague Convention II on Land Warfare, the 1907 Hague Convention for respecting the laws and customs of land warfare, the Nuremberg Charter, the 1949 Geneva Convention III, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. October 28. The other 14 members of the Security Council approve a resolution condemning Israel's expropriation of Palestinian land around East Jerusalem, demanding that the impounded areas be returned. The U.S. vetoes the initiative, claiming that it has its own plans for resolving the issue. October 30. Having discovered the utility of Arab cooperation during the Gulf War, and therefore seeking to neutralize some of the effects of its ongoing bias in favor of Israel, the U.S. convenes a comprehensive Mideast Peace Conference in Madrid. In essence, the affair is merely a more grandiose version of the discussions earlier proposed, then refused by Israeli PM Shamir, see the entry for May 14, 1989. When Shamir attempts to avoid this conference as well, the U.S., which has to this point provided Israeli with $77 billion in outright subsidies, a sum that is increasing at the rate of $3 billion per year, quietly threatens to cut the flow of aid. While the PLO is expressly excluded as a sop to Israel, the star of the show nonetheless turns out to be Haider Abdel Shan, head of the Palestinian delegation, who proposes a phased Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and the West Bank overlapping with a transition period of institution building in the occupied territories, and, thereby, the timely realization of a Palestinian state confederated with Jordan. The plan, described as being unreasonably reasonable by one observer, is accepted in principle by all parties, including the PLO, except Israel. November 25, 141 member states endorse UNGA RES 46/19, calling for the declaration of the Southern Atlantic as a zone of international peace and cooperation. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 4, in an effort to break the impasse presented by Israel at the Madrid conference, the U.S. attempts to host what are meant to be bilateral discussions between the Israelis and the Palestinians, with Jordanian and U.S. representatives sitting in Washington, D.C. Although the Palestinian and Jordanian delegations arrive as scheduled, the Israelis do not. Eventually, after considerable U.S. arm twisting, Shamir sends a delegation. After 5 rounds of talks, however, Israel still refuses to accept either the principle of exchanging land for peace, that is, of complying with SC Resolutions 242 and 338, or creation of a Palestinian state, in any form. Quite the opposite, in February 1992, Shamir announces his intent, as a matter of policy, to accelerate the process of Jewish settlement in the West Bank. The US nonetheless remains unwilling to deliver unto its ally anything resembling the sort of ultimatum presented to Iraq only 2 years before. 212. December. 140 member states endorse UNGARES 4624, calling for greater UN cooperation with the League of Arab States. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6. 110 member states endorse UNGARES 4628, calling for an amendment to strengthen the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6. 147 member states endorse UNGARES 4628, pointing to the urgent need for a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6/9, 152 member states endorse UNGARES 46/36D, calling for general and complete disarmament. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 76 member states endorse UNGARES 4639, condemning Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 151 member states endorse UNGARES 46/46L, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 46/47G, approving the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. December 9, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 4649, calling for implementation of a declaration proclaiming the Indian Ocean an international zone of peace. The US is one of 4 countries casting an opposing vote. December 11, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 4677, calling for immediate implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 11, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 4672, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 11, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 4674, calling for resolution of the question of Palestine in conformity with international law. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 104 member states endorse UNGARES 4675, calling for an international conference on peace in the Middle East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 213. December 11, 142 member states endorse UNGARES 4676, embracing the Intifada as a legitimate response to the illegality of Israeli policies vis-a-vis Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 12, 140 member states endorse UNGARES 4678, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 13, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 46/79E, calling for tougher sanctions against South Africa to end apartheid. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 16, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 4684, calling for increased enforcement of the International Convention on Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. Only the US enters an opposing vote. December 16, 122 member states endorse UNGARES 4689, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede the realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 11 countries casting opposing votes. December LF, 123 member states endorse UNGARES 46/117, calling for adoption of alternative approaches by the UN in its efforts to further universal enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 1/3. 135 member states endorse UNGARES 46/162, deploring the living conditions imposed upon Palestinians in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 20, 125 member states endorse UNGARES 46/199, deploring the adverse economic and social effects on Palestinians caused by Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 20, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 46/201, calling for increased non-military assistance to the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1992. February 19, the Israeli public finally gets a small taste of the interventionist diplomacy routinely visited by the US on other countries. Seconds of State Baker let slip at a news conference that the guarantee of a $10 billion loan to Israel is being delayed by Shamir's obstruction of the Mideast peace process. The message is clear: if Israelis wish to continue to enjoy the benefits of US financial support, military support is unmentioned, but it is implied they will usher in a government acceptable to the US. On June 23, Shamir, and Likud more generally, are soundly defeated at the polls by Yitzhak Rabin and the Labour Party. The number of seats held by Likud in the 214 Knesset drops from 40 to 32, while Labour's increases from 39 to 44. It is important to note, however, that for all the liberalization the shift from Likud to Labour supposedly implied, the change was mainly cosmetic. Rabin had, after all, been Shamir's defense minister. Both parties, moreover, were deeply opposed to Palestinian nationalism and denied that the Palestinians had a right to national self-determination. Both always refused to negotiate with the PLO, and this refusal was absolute rather than conditional. Both were also unconditionally opposed to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. That the US would intervene in Israel's domestic affairs to install a Labour government does not therefore suggest a desire to ensure Israeli compliance with international law. Rather, it suggests merely that the US was seeking a more sophisticated and thus less embarrassing partner with whom to project the illusion of legal compliance, while accomplishing a precisely opposite result. March 8, the Pentagon publishes what it calls its so-called Defense Planning Guide. Therein, it is explained that its security requires that the US attain nothing less than complete domination of the world. Not only must US strategy be designed to prevent the emergence of a rival global power like the old Soviet Union, the document's authors assert, but it must maintain the mechanism for deterring potential competitors from even aspiring to a greater regional role than that they presently enjoy. While it is acknowledged that the US must account sufficiently for the advanced industrial nations if this new world order is to be viable, no mention at all is made of third world interests. Nor is there so much as a cursory nod to any need for US compliance with the rule of law. The US position is constructed in direct contradiction to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and UNGARES 337a, v. April 6, although a satisfactory resolution to the issue of Yugoslav rights vis-a-vis Croatia and Slovenia has yet to be achieved, the US and the EU recognize Bosnia as an independent state, unleashing an outright civil war there. On May 30, Press. Bush issues Executive Order 12808, declaring the conflict there to be an extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Exactly how any of this might be so is left unexplained, a formulation plainly implying that military force may be employed unless Yugoslavia simply accepts its dismemberment. The same day, A U.S.-engineered resolution SCRES 757 is passed by the Security Council, imposing tough economic sanctions on the Yugoslav government. Russia abstains rather than risk unilateral military action by the U.S. On September 22, with Bosnia now slated for membership, the U.S. orchestrates the General Assembly's expulsion of Yugoslavia from the UN, making it the first country ever ejected. On November 16, the U.S. pushes through a second Security Council resolution, this one imposing a total naval blockade, including the stopping of all ships approaching Yugoslavia on the Danube River as well as the Adriatic Sea. On December 15, the U.S. arranges for economic sanctions to be tightened still further, as Yugoslavia is expelled from the International Monetary Fund. Meanwhile, U.S. aid pours into 215. Bosnia, supporting the Islamicist regime of Alija Izetbegović, which has openly dedicated itself to converting the republic into a theocracy. U.S. Balkans policy remains in violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. June 4, the U.S. signs and the Senate ratifies the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Although this makes compliance a domestic as well as international legal requirement, the U.S. has consistently failed to meet its obligations, most spectacularly with respect to the follow-up implementation formula embodied in the 1997 Kyoto Protocol. See the entries for December 11, 1997 and November 10, 2001. Olg. 5. A photograph is taken through barbed wire by British TV reporter Penny Marshall of a long-term tuberculosis victim named Fikret Alik, a Bosnian Muslim. The image of Alik's emaciated body is then deployed in the media by Ruder Fin, a public relations firm retained by Bosnia's Izetbegović government, as well as the Tudjman regime in Croatia, to portray the treatment of Muslims by Bosnian Serbs and, by extension, Yugoslavia as being comparable to that of the Jews by the Nazis, the Trnopolje camp in which Alik was photographed as a new Belson. No mention is made, needless to say, of Alik's TB, that Trnopolje is not a concentration camp but rather a refuge facility to which many Muslims had fled rather than being pressed into service by Izetbegović's forces, or that it was Marshall, not Alik, who had been behind barbed wire when the photo was shot. Because it is under sanctions, Yugoslavia is barred from hiring a PR firm to make such things public. In one of history's more sublime ironies, Ruder Fin's propaganda blitz passed off as news in U.S. outlets is thus spectacularly successful in mobilizing the potent American Jewish lobby in support of Izetbegović's Islamic fascists and, at least implicitly, Tudjman's literal Nazis. The Serbs' supposed genocide of Bosnian Muslims is then used by the U.S., with broad international support, to organize a tribunal in The Hague for the explicit purpose of prosecuting Serbian leaders and soldiers. See the entry for May 2, 1996. This, in turn, serves as the humanitarian pretext for U.S.-organized NATO intervention in Kosovo. See the entry for March 24, 1999. The U.S./British subterfuge is conducted in violation of UNGA RES 337A, v. Implicit violations of UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX, are also at issue. October 4, an international tribunal convened in San Francisco under authority of ECOSOC RES 1503, Slay 8. Article 38 of the Statute of the ICJ, and the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal concludes that the U.S. relationship to Native North Americans, Native Hawaiians, Puerto Ricans, Mexican Americans, and African Americans is fundamentally colonial in nature, and thus in violation of Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, as well as the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. It is found that maintenance of the U.S. colonial regime, both internally and externally, entails a broad range of human. 216. Rights abridgments perpetrated on a systematic basis. These include, but are not restricted to, violation of virtually every article in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the American Convention on Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Especially in the case of Native North Americans, clear violations of the Genocide Convention are found to have occurred. The U.S. ignores these findings and continues with business as usual. October 29, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 4712, calling for greater cooperation between the UN and the League of Arab States. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. November 24, 59 member states endorse UNGARES 4719, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. The embargo continues. November 25, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 4723, calling for immediate implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. November 25, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 4724, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. November 25, 100 member states endorse UNGARES 4729, calling for the conveyance of UN observer status upon all national liberation movements recognized as such by the League of Arab States. The US is one of 9 countries casting opposing votes. December 9, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 4746, calling for an amendment to strengthen the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, 159 member states endorse UNGARES 4747, pointing to the urgent need for a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 9/15, 168 member states endorse UNGARES 4752, calling for general and complete disarmament. The US alone abstains. December T7, 64 member states endorse UNGARES 4756, condemning Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons. The US and Israel, joined by Turkey, cast the only opposing votes. December 9, 63 member states endorse UNGARES 4759, calling for the nuclear disarmament of Israel. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 217. December 11, 140 member states endorse UNGARES 4763, describing Israeli policy as a major obstacle to peace in the Middle East. Israel alone casts an opposing vote, while the US is one of 5 countries abstaining. December 11, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 4764, which calls for resolution of the question of Palestine in conformity with international law. December 11, 135 member states endorse UNGARES 4765, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 1, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 4769, which commends and continues activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. December 14, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 47/70G, approving the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. December 1, 144 member states endorse UNGARES 4774, calling for the declaration of the Southern Atlantic as a zone of international peace and cooperation. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 16, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 4781, calling for enforcement of the International Convention on Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 16, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 4784, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede the expression of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 10 countries casting opposing votes. December LI, in a move that out-Shamir's Shamir, Israeli PM Rabin orders the roundup and, though none of them are Lebanese, summary deportation of 416 Hamas activists to Lebanon. As is later observed by Israeli analyst Avi Shleim, the deportation order lists without precedent and in flagrant violation of international law. None of the alleged Islamic activists is charged * tried or allowed to appeal before being driven blindfolded into exile. Rabin's action, supposedly taken in response to the murder of a single Israeli border policeman, causes the Palestinian delegation to abruptly suspend their ongoing discussions with Israel, then in their 8th round. It is likely Rabin intended exactly this result, since continuing Israeli recalcitrance has brought the talks to a virtual stalemate. Precipitating a Palestinian walkout allows him to shift the onus of responsibility in the popular perception. The U.S. brings no particular pressure to bear upon Israel to bring its position vis-a-vis the Palestinian deportees into compliance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and/or the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. 218. December 18, 106 member states endorse UNGARES 47/116E, calling for tougher sanctions against South Africa because of its ongoing policy of apartheid. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 22, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 47/170, calling upon all states to render non-military assistance to the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 22, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 47/171, calling for a halt to the expansion of Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 22, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 47/172, deploring the economic and social repercussions suffered by Palestinians as a result of Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1993. MOT 13, enraged by Israel's illegal mass deportation of its Qatars, see the entry for December 17, 1992, and by the failure of either the US or UN to take tangible corrective action, Hamas declares open war against the offenders, killing 13 Jewish settlers in the West Bank. Although it is his own get-tough posturing that has generated the violence, PM Rabin compounds the problem by ordering closure of Israel's borders along their pre-1967 lines, thus demonstrating conclusively what he himself actually believes to be the extent of Israel's legitimate territoriality, thereby depriving 120,000 Palestinian families of their livelihood. The number of Palestinians joining Hamas rises sharply as a result. The U.S. offers no comment on the self-evident human rights violations embodied in the Israeli action. U.S. material support to Israel continues without interruption. April 19, the FBI mounts an all-out assault on the home of a religious sect known as the Branch Davidians outside Waco, Texas. Although the Davidians are accused of having committed no violent acts prior to commencement of the federal offensive against them some 2 months earlier, it is alleged that they are in possession of illegal weapons, engaged in the manufacture of illegal drugs, and sexually abuse their children, all of which turns out to be false, and it is known that there are numerous youngsters, including infants, inside the FBI uses tanks to inject massive quantities of asphyxiating and highly flammable CS gas into the structure, officially and misleadingly referred to as a compound. Incendiary flashbang grenades are then fired into the building, igniting the gas. Snipers believed to be members of the FBI's hostage rescue team and/or the Army's elite Delta Force are then captured on film firing upon persons attempting to flee the flames. All told, 76 people, 23 of them children, are killed, about half by burning alive. Not only the mass murder, but the pattern of federal actions leading up to it violate a broad range of international law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and 219 Cultural Rights, the International Declaration on Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance or Discrimination based on Religion or Belief, and the American Convention on Human Rights. Insofar as the military provided much of the munitions and equipment used by the FBI, and insofar as Delta Force personnel were likely involved in a combat capacity, the use of CS gas and incendiaries also violated the 1928 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases, the 1949 Geneva Convention for Relative to Protection of Civilian Persons in Time of War and additional protocols, and the 1978 Red Cross Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts. Only the surviving Davidians are prosecuted, however, a fact that leads directly to the retaliatory bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City on April 19, 1995. April 27, the newly elected Clinton administration attempts to finesse the Palestinian delegation at the beginning of the 9th round of Israeli/Palestinian discussions in Washington, D.C., passing out a working paper containing new terms of reference which, it claims, will allow the talks to move forward more rapidly. The Palestinians immediately reject the maneuver, pointing out that the U.S. attempt to substitute the term disputed for occupied in describing the status of territory in the West Bank and Gaza is not new, but rather the regurgitation of a long-standing Israeli formulation designed to confuse the situation. Whether the territories in question are occupied is not a matter of opinion, they conclude, but instead a matter of black-letter law. Substitution of terms is thus neither analytically honest nor acceptable as a basis for discussion. With that, the talks collapse. A 10th round is conducted from June 15 to July 1, but it goes nowhere. June 21, the Supreme Court holds in Sale v. Haitian Centers Council that neither domestic nor international law prohibits the government from forcibly repatriating Haitian refugees intercepted on the high seas. In the decade following the 1981 coup which ousted Haiti's first democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, resulting in mass disappearances, imprisonment, torture and murder of Aristide supporters, the U.S. Coast Guard has intercepted 25,000 fleeing Haitians, allowing only 28 to land in the U.S., advancing the theory that they are economic rather than political refugees. Hundreds infected with HIV are arbitrarily and indefinitely detained at the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. All of this violates the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1980 Protocol, as well as the requirement of non-refoulement prevailing under customary international law which forbids the forced return of persons to countries where they are likely to be politically persecuted. Numerous violations of provisions contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration on the Rights and Duties of Man, and the American Convention on Human Rights are also apparent. June 27, the U.S. launches a cruise missile attack on the headquarters of Iraq's intelligence service. Although the action, which is not authorized by the Security Council, is allegedly undertaken in retaliation for an attempt 220 to assassinate former Pres. Bush during a visit to Kuwait. No evidence is ever produced to confirm that Iraq was involved, or even that the supposed assassination attempt actually occurred. Among the many collateral victims of the missile strike is the prominent Iraqi painter, Leila Attar. The U.S. assault violates the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I and VI, as well as UNGARES 337A, v. the 1923 Hague Rules on Aerial Warfare and the 1949 Geneva Convention for Aug. 23. An international tribunal convened in Honolulu under authority of ECOSOC RES 1503, Slay 8, Article 38 of the Statute of the ICJ, and the 1946 affirmation of the principles of international law recognized by the Charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal finds the U.S. relationship to Hawaii to be in violation of Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, as well as the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. It is also found that maintenance of U.S. colonial control over the archipelago entails significant and systemic abridgments of human rights vis-a-vis the Kanak Maoli, native Hawaiians, including, but not restricted to, violation of virtually every article found in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. With the exception of offering a formal apology to the Kanak Maoli, see the entry for November 23, 1993, the U.S. ignores the findings and continues with business as usual. August 23. Alarmed by rapid growth of Hamas and the Islamic Jihad in the occupied territories, Israeli PM Rabin startles his constituents by announcing for the first time that there is no escape from recognizing the PLO. In actuality, Israeli representatives have been conducting secret negotiations with the PLO in Oslo, Norway, for several months. It is their assessment, backed by that of the Mossad, that Arafat's forswearing of armed struggle and willingness to recognize the legitimacy of Israel even without resolving the legal issues attending its creation, have served to discredit him in the eyes of an increasingly number of Palestinian militants. The time is thus right in their opinion to co-opt Arafat and by extension the PLO altogether, roping them into an agreement through which Israel can present the appearance of having at last granted the Palestinians their rights while actually effecting a final consolidation of its control of their lands and lives. A delighted U.S. endorses the arrangement. September 13. The Oslo Accords between Israel and the PLO are signed in a highly publicized ceremony on the White House lawn. Officially titled the Declaration of Principles on Interim Self-Government Arrangements, the accords require Israel to relinquish only the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area of the West Bank within 4 months, although it retains full authority over external defense and foreign policy. Authority over taxation and tourism in other portions of the West Bank are to be turned over to the PLO during the same period, along with sole responsibility for such things as education, health, and social welfare, thereby letting Israel completely off the hook for 22-1. The destitution its policies have fostered. Arafat is also charged with converting what remains of the PLO's military wing into a police force which will work directly with the IDF in suppressing Hamas and other such groups. In effect, the PLO is made responsible for securing Israel against the results of its own policies, both historical and current. More significantly still, further land returns are deferred for 2 years, made contingent on whether Arafat's Palestinian Authority performs to Israel's specifications, and rendered subject to further negotiations, as if Israel possesses a right to some portion of the territory it has been under a legally binding order to relinquish since 1967. No mention at all is made of the right of Palestinians displaced from their lands from 1948 onward to return to it, or even to be compensated for it. Nor is there mention of the disposition of the many Israeli settlements illegally erected on Palestinian land after 1967. Finally, and most importantly, no mention is made of a timetable by which a Palestinian state will be acknowledged. None of this conforms in the least with the requirements embodied in the host of UN resolutions to which Israel is subject. But, as both Israel and its U.S. sponsor are quick to point out, no less than Yasser Arafat has accepted the deal. November 84 member states endorse UNGARES 48/16, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. The U.S. and Israel, joined by Paraguay and Albania, cast opposing votes. The embargo continues. November 23, Press. Bill Clinton signs Public Law 103-150, conveying an official apology by the U.S. government to Native Hawaiians for America's illegal participation in the armed overthrow of their constitutional monarchy, subsequent annexation of their territory, and near total dispossession of the people themselves. Having formally admitted its criminal culpability in the acquisition of Hawaii, however, the U.S. makes no move to meet its legal obligations under international tort law to effect restitution, reparation, or compensation to the victims. As of this writing, the status of both Hawaii and Native Hawaiians remains unchanged, while the U.S. continues its illegal occupation. November 24, 103 member states endorse UNGARES 48/23, calling for the declaration of the South Atlantic as a zone of international peace and cooperation. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December TF, 144 member states endorse UNGARES 48/28, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 10, only the U.S. and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 48/40, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. December 10, only the U.S. and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 48/41, approving the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. 222. December 10, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 48/47, calling for implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples through specialized UN agencies. The U.S. is one of 5 countries casting opposing votes. December 10, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 48/52, calling for immediate implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 10, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 48/53, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 14, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 48/59, calling for the Middle East peace process to be conducted in conformity with international law. The US and Israel, joined by the Federation of Micronesia, cast the only opposing votes. December 14, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 48/60, describing Israeli policy as a major obstacle to peace in the Middle East. December 16, 118 member states endorse UNGARES 48/69, calling for an amendment to strengthen the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 16, 144 member states endorse UNGARES 48/75, calling for general and complete disarmament. The US is one of 6 countries casting opposing votes. December 16, 130 member states endorse UNGARES 48/82, to declare the Indian Ocean an international zone of peace. The US is one of 6 countries casting opposing votes. December 16, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 48/158C, calling for resolution of the question of Palestine, in conformity with international law. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 2, 164 member states endorse UNGARES 48/182, calling for enhanced international cooperation towards achieving a durable solution of the problem of Third World debt. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 21, 143 member states endorse UNGARES 48/212, deploring the economic repercussions suffered by Palestinians as a result of Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1994. February 19, the interim agreement between Israel and the PLO called for in the Oslo Accords is initialed in Cairo. The formal signing occurs in a government of laws. 223. Washington, D.C., on September 28, 1995. Israel has already begun to renege, specifying that it will redeploy IDF forces within the occupied territories rather than initiating their actual withdrawal. PM Rabin comes under intense domestic criticism even for that, with Likud leader Benjamin Netanyahu publicly denouncing him as having signed an agreement with Hitler. The US, on the other hand, steps up its support to the Rabin government, despite its backsliding on legal compliance. February 25, Dr. Bernard Goldstein, an American Jewish transplant to the Israeli settlement at Hebron, no doubt influenced by Netanyahu's fiery oratory, and using a Galil assault rifle issued by the IDF, opens fire on Muslim worshippers at the Tomb of the Patriarchs, killing 29. In the aftermath, it is revealed that while the IDF has been busily disarming Palestinians in the occupied territories, it has been equally busy providing weapons to Israeli settlers there. Arafat demands removal of all settlers from Hebron. Rabin refuses, because he is not required to do so by the Oslo Agreement. Although US officials are quoted in the media decrying the excesses of certain Jewish extremists like Goldstein, his act is not categorized as being that of a terrorist. Less still is it concluded that, since the settler extremists in question are supported as a matter of official policy, 60% of the residential construction in the settlements is underwritten by the state, as compared to 25% in Israel proper. The Israeli government qualifies under US guidelines as a terrorist sponsor. Needless to say, Israel is not placed on the State Department list of terrorism sponsoring states, as compared, say, to Libya, which was bombed on the basis of far less well-substantiated allegations. See the entry for April 14, 1986. There having been no meaningful international response to Israeli settler terrorism or the policies underlying it, Hamas for the first time launches a suicide bombing campaign. 50 Israelis are killed, another 340 wounded. May 17, the US endorses SCRES 925, calling for a ceasefire between Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda. The resolution is couched in terms designed quite deliberately to mask the fact that one side, Hutus, well armed and organized, is systematically exterminating the other, Tutsis, who are effectively unarmed. A genocide is thus occurring. To describe it as such, however, would require an immediate intervention by UN forces to halt the process. Since no Security Council member can find a self-interest in effecting such an intervention in a backwater African country, the situation is carefully treated as if it were something other than what it is. Indeed, from April-June 1994, U.S. spokespersons are explicitly instructed not to use the word genocide in connection with the Rwanda slaughter, a matter bearing obvious comparison to the simultaneously cavalier usage of the term by these same officials when describing the situation in the former Yugoslavia, where the genocide at issue appears to have been largely invented. Ultimately, about 1 million Hutus are exterminated. At the very least, the U.S. performance in this case adds up to a violation of Article IIK, complicity in genocide. July 18, peace talks between Israel and Syria, conducted in Washington, D.C., under State Department sponsorship, end in stalemate. The 224 main sticking points are that, while Syria insists that Israel must relinquish all territory in the Golan Heights area beyond the boundaries of June 4, 1967 as expressly required by SCRES 242, Israel prefers the international border established by Britain and France to divide Syria from Palestine in 1923. The difference in territory is small, but the 1923 border would effectively cut Syria off from water in the Sea of Galilee. Israel indicates that it may be willing to consider a pullback to the 1967 line, but only if it is allowed to retain an early warning station on the Golan Heights, and Syria agrees to demilitarize its own territory as far north as Damascus. There is, of course, no offer of Israeli reciprocation. In any event, Israel would take 5 years to accomplish a complete withdrawal. Syria replies that the 1923 border has no bearing on Israel's obligations under SCRES 242, that the resolution provides for no conditions such as the retention of an Israeli military presence in Syrian territory, that the demand for unilateral Syrian demilitarization violates Syria's sovereignty and security requirements. We have far more to fear from you, than you from us, as one Syrian representative put it, and that, since it took Israel just 3 years to withdraw from the entire Sinai, 6 months would be a more reasonable timetable for the Israelis to remove themselves from the Golan Heights. Finally, Syria rejects Israel's proposition that the two countries normalize relations before any Israeli agreement to comply with the by now 27-year-old Union decree that it immediately withdraw from occupied Syrian territory. The U.S. makes no discernible effort to persuade Israel to alter its fundamentally illegal position, a performance that again bears comparison to its performance vis-a-vis Iraq. July 25, Israeli PM Rabin and Jordan's King Hussein sign the Washington Declaration in a highly publicized ceremony conducted in the U.S. Capitol. The declaration sets the stage for a treaty of peace between the two countries, signed at a border point in the Arava Desert on October 26. Jordan thus becomes the second Arab state to formally accept the premise of Israel's legitimacy despite the still unresolved illegalities attending its creation. The treaty also commits Jordan to allowing Israeli settlers to retain property under Jordanian sovereignty. Israel recognizes Jordan's special interest in certain religious sites in Jerusalem, thus undermining the position of the PLO vis-a-vis the same sites, and commits itself to working with Jordan to resolve the problem of an estimated 1.7 Palestinian refugees displaced over the years into Jordanian territory. A beaming Pres. Clinton bestows his blessing on the arrangement. October 19, the Clinton administration enters into a framework agreement with North Korea, by which the latter will freeze its one functioning graphite-moderated nuclear reactor from which weapons-grade material can be produced, and halt construction on 2 larger reactors. In exchange, the U.S. commits itself to provide heating oil to offset the country's loss of energy potential, complete construction of 2 new light water reactors with which weapons cannot be produced by 2003, and move towards normalization of diplomatic and economic relations within the same time frame. North Korea immediately honors its end of the bargain. By the time Clinton leaves office more than 5 years later, however, the U.S. has delivered only 225 on the heating oil. Given this patent U.S. default, and with relations worsening steadily under the new Bush administration, the Koreans resume construction on their own reactors, notifying the U.S. of this in October 2002, by which time President Bush has already proclaimed them to be part of the axis of evil. See the entry for January 31, 2002. The U.S. then has the audacity to claim that it is the Koreans who violated the agreement. In actuality, it is the U.S. which is guilty of classic breach of contract. This, in turn, is a violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I and 9. October 26, 101 member states endorse UNGARES 49/9, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. The embargo continues. December 6, 130 member states endorse UNGARES 49/28, affirming the principles embodied in the 1982 Law of the Sea. Only the U.S., claiming that the law impairs private enterprise on the seafloor, casts an opposing vote. December 9, 165 member states endorse UNGARES 49/33, enlarging the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 9, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 49/35, authorizing continuation of activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. December only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 49/36, approving the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. December 9, 119 member states endorse UNGARES 49/41, calling for immediate implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December 14, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 49/62, reaffirming all relevant UN resolutions as well as the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention for in the occupied territories of Palestine and the Golan Heights. December 15, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 49/75b, calling for general and complete disarmament. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 15, 131 member states endorse UNGARES 49/82, proclaiming the Indian Ocean as an international zone of peace. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 15, 161 member states endorse UNGARES 49/83, proclaiming the Southern Atlantic as an international zone of peace. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. 226. December 16, only the US and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 49/87, characterizing Israeli policies as a major barrier to peace in the Middle East. December 16, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 49/88, calling for the Middle East peace process to be pursued in conformity with international law. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 130 member states endorse UNGARES 49/90, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 133 member states endorse UNGARES 49/132, condemning the economic and social repercussions visited upon Palestinians and other Arab residents of the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 23, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 49/149, reaffirming the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 23, the US is one of 5 member states casting votes opposing UNGARES 49/151, reaffirming the importance of the right to self-determination and the need for a speedy granting of independence to all non-self-governing countries and peoples. 1995. May 19, the 14 other Security Council members approve a resolution to take whatever action might be necessary to halt Israeli expropriation of a large tract of Palestinian land in East Jerusalem for purposes of establishing yet another Jewish settlement there. The U.S., arguing that inclusion of enforcement measures would be counterproductive, vetoes the resolution. April 1, the U.S. engineers passage of SCRES 986, allowing Iraq to engage in what is generally touted as Oil for Food program. According to the Memorandum of Understanding by which the resolution is implemented on May 20, 1996, however, Iraq is constrained to selling only $10 billion worth of oil each year, all of it to be paid into unadministered accounts. There, 30% of the total is earmarked for payment of reparations, i.e., repaying the U.S. and its coalition partners for the expense incurred in waging the 1991 war against Iraq, and another 10 to 15% to underwrite ongoing UN operations in Iraq, i.e., weapons inspectors, and continuing U.S/British overflights of the no-fly zones. By the time an additional 13% earmarked for the 3 million Kurdish residents of the country's northern region is subtracted, only about $4 billion is left to all other purposes, i.e., feeding and providing medical care to Iraq's 18 million Arab citizens, as well as rebuilding the country's devastated infrastructure. In sum, the U.S.-sponsored resolution is designed to stabilize the process of slow starvation/death by disease to which the Iraqi population is being subjected, while 227. Creating an appearance that the opposite is true. Aside from abuse of Security Council procedures, a violation of Chapter V of the UN Charter, the U.S. maneuver contravenes Article 2, c, and all 5 criteria enumerated under Article 3 of the 1948 Convention on Genocide. Violations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are also self-evident. May 17, 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorsed draft Res. S/1995/394, confirming that the expropriation of Palestinian land is invalid and in violation both of relevant Security Council resolutions and provisions of the 1949 Geneva Convention 4. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. Olg. 4. In a massive exercise in ethnic cleansing, the Croatian army trained and equipped by the U.S. pursuant to a military agreement signed in November 1994 launches Operation Storm, a full-scale invasion of the Serbian district of Krajina. An estimated 14,000 people are quickly killed, another 170,000 pushed as refugees into neighboring Bosnia. U.S. aircraft, committed to NATO peacekeeping forces in the region, fly air support missions in behalf of the attackers, and the U.S. blocks a Russian attempt to pass a Security Council resolution condemning the offensive. In the aftermath, the U.S. rewards Croatia with a new and broader military compact, assisting in a thorough reorganization of the country's army based on lessons learned in Krajina. November, 117 member states endorse UNGARES 50/10, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. The U.S. and Israel, joined by Uzbekistan, cast the only opposing votes. The embargo continues. November 4, 148 member states endorse UNGARES 50/21, calling for the Middle East peace process to be carried forward in conformity with international law. The U.S. and Israel cast the only opposing votes. November 4, only the U.S. and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 50/22, describing Israeli policy as the major barrier to peace in the Middle East. November. Israeli PM Rabin is assassinated by Yigal Amir, described as a young messianic Zionist enraged by the Prime Minister's coddling of the Palestinians. Rabin's widow afterwards refuses to shake hands with Likud leader Benjamin Netanyahu because, she says, of the part he played in the incitement that led to the assassination of her husband. Nonetheless, Netanyahu is for the next several months spotlighted in American media talk shows as one of the most promising of Israel's younger statesmen. November 21, the so-called Dayton Accords are signed at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, finalizing the dismemberment of Yugoslavia. The accords are virtually identical to 2 earlier agreements, one brokered by the EU in Lisbon in March 1992, and the Vance-Owens Plan put forward in May 1993, which the US has not so much rejected as sabotaged, other than that the Dayton Arrangement explicitly designates NATO as guarantor, thus preempting both the UN Security Council and any new European security formation while placing the US in de facto control. In effect, the Dayton Accords are framed in a manner decisively at odds with 228. The 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning Friendly Relations and Cooperation among States in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, V, 7 and 8. December. 132 member states endorse UNGARES 50/23, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. Only the US casts an opposing vote. December. D. 147 member states endorse UNGARES 50/29, accepting the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories, calling upon Israel to accept de jure applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention for in its administration of the occupied territories, reaffirming the right of Palestinians to return to their homes. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December. D. 146 member states endorse UNGARES 50/38, raising the question of American Samoa, Anguilla, Bermuda, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, Guam, Montserrat, Pitcairn Island, St. Helena, Tokelau, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands as non-self-governing territories within the meaning of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The U.S. and UK cast opposing votes. December 6, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 50/40, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization. The U.S. and UK cast opposing votes. December 12, 110 member states endorse UNGARES 50/60, calling for an amendment to strengthen the 1963 treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. The U.S. is one of 4 countries casting opposing votes. December 12, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 50/70, calling for general and complete disarmament. The U.S. is one of 18 countries casting opposing votes. December 12, 56 member states endorse UNGARES 50/73, positing Israel's possession of nuclear weapons as a major factor in the potential proliferation of such armaments in the Middle East. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 12, 123 member states endorse UNGARES 50/76, proclaiming the Indian Ocean an international zone of peace. The U.S. is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 15, only the U.S. and Israel cast votes opposing UNGARES 50/84, raising the question of Palestine and calling upon Israel to comply with all relevant UN resolutions. December 20, 126 member states endorse UNGARES 50/129, condemning the economic and social repercussions visited upon Palestinians and other Arab residents of the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. A government of laws. 229. December 21, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 50/140, reaffirming the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. 1996. Jan. O. Yahya Ayash, an Hamas leader known as the Engineer and held to be the mastermind behind the organization's last major bombing campaign, see the entry for February 25, 1994, is assassinated by Israeli intelligence operatives using a booby-trapped cell phone. The murder is widely applauded as being a blow against international terrorism. No mention is made, however, of the facts that Ayash's alleged offense resulted from the slaughter of more than 24 Palestinians by an Israeli settler, of the Israeli policies that made the butchery possible/predictable, or that the Hamas leader's murder is itself a form of terrorism. Under these circumstances, Hamas unleashes a new wave of suicide bombings, shortly killing 60 Israelis and wounding scores of others. Israel's official response, fully supported by the U.S., is to once again seal off its 1967 borders, thereby penalizing the entire Palestinian population of the occupied territories and suspend talks with Arafat's newly elected Palestinian Authority, which is bitterly opposed to its Hamas rivals. Beyond that, PM Shimon Peres, who has returned to power as a replacement for the slain Yitzhak Rabin, announces a policy of relying still more heavily upon the sort of operation that has claimed Ayash, thereby guaranteeing a steady escalation of retaliatory Arab violence. J&I 1. 12. Ignoring the fact that the Knesset itself routinely seats representatives of terrorist groups like Gush Emunim Bloc of the Faithful, a Judaic fundamentalist sect prominent in the settler movement, and a participant in Israel's National Religious Party, both Bernard Goldstein and Yugal Amir were associated with the Gush tendency. See the entries for February 25, 1994 and November 5, 1995, and that he himself has been a cabinet minister under world-class terrorists like Begin and Sharon. PM Paris indefinitely suspends further talks with Syria on the grounds that it harbors terrorists. At issue is the fact that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Islamic Jihad and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, a breakaway PLO faction headed by Georges Haddad, which refuses to be bound by Arafat's agreement with Israel, all maintain diplomatic offices in Damascus. Syria replies that while the U.S. accommodates Israeli diplomatic offices in its capital city and elsewhere, Syria nonetheless maintains an open dialogue with the U.S. Although the Israeli position is plainly contrary to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, not to mention SC Resolutions 242 and 338, U.S. support to Israel, both material and diplomatic, remains undiminished. April 11. Still in violation of SCRES 425 because of its ongoing occupation of southern Lebanon, which has been regularly confronted by Hezbollah, Israel launches Operation Grapes of Wrath, a major offensive. 230. Intended to clear the guerrillas from their basing areas further north. The IDF's major accomplishment is the shelling of an unsponsored refugee camp at Qana on April 18, killing 102 Palestinian civilians. With Israel again subject to a torrent of international condemnation, the U.S., which has openly encouraged the operation, brokers a ceasefire on April 27. Israel withdraws into its previous occupation zone, its violation of SCRES 425 unaltered. U.S. support to Israel also remains unaltered. April 24, Press. Clinton signs the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, a measure that expands the definition of terrorism to encompass a broad range of entirely legitimate political activities, normalizes the principle of guilt by association in its judicial application, greatly increases the scope of domestic intelligence gathering activities, bolsters the ability of the government to utilize preventive detention of suspects as a security measure, and renders capital punishment a potentially common rather than exceptional punishment to be meted out by federal courts for political offenses. Aside from its severe erosion of rights and protections accruing under provision of the U.S. Constitution, the Act contains provisions contrary to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and UNGARES 44/128, the Anti-Death Penalty Protocol of 1989. May the trial of Duško Tadić, a low-level Serbian army officer accused of having participated in genocide, mass rape, and other war crimes/crimes against humanity against the Bosnians, begins before a U.S.-sponsored tribunal in The Hague. Similar charges against a defendant scheduled for trial a bit earlier were quietly dismissed when it was proven that he'd been residing in Germany the whole time he'd supposedly been committing crimes in Bosnia. Ultimately, all the more sensational charges against Tadić are quietly dropped as well. Indeed, it turns out that the Serbs' much publicized mass rape of Bosnian Muslim women had itself never occurred, and he is convicted only of having beaten several prisoners, and of killing 2 Bosnian policemen. Instructively, of the 75-odd individuals docket for prosecution before the Hague Tribunal, upwards of 60 are Serbs. None are drawn from the ranks of Croatian officials/military officers responsible for such large-scale, well-documented, and U.S.-backed atrocities against Serbs as Krajina. See the entry for August 4, 1995. Still less is the tribunal authorized to take action against those guilty of perpetrating entirely comparable offenses outside the Balkans, example Israeli officials and military personnel who'd bombed a Palestinian refugee camp, killing more than 100 civilians, barely a week before the Tadic trial began. May 12, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Madeleine Albright appears on the TV program 60 Minutes. Asked about reports that more than 500,000 Iraqi children under 12 years of age have died since 1991 as the result of U.S. orchestrated sanctions, she replies that she's well aware of the estimates and that the Clinton administration has determined that it's 231 worth the price in other people's youngsters to force the Iraqi government to comply with U.S. dictates. UN seconds. Gen. Dennis Halliday subsequently resigns in protest of what he publicly describes as America's policy of deliberate genocide against the people of Iraq. June 18, newly elected Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu announces that he is reversing the half-hearted peace initiatives undertaken by his predecessors through the Oslo Accords and Cairo Agreement. Instead, in his own words, the Likud leader intends his regime to be an expression of Zionist fulfillment. His program, as outlined to the Knesset, includes rejection of the idea of a Palestinian state, assertion of permanent Israeli sovereignty over the whole of Jerusalem, annexation of the Golan Heights, and an accelerated/expanded program of Jewish settlement in the West Bank and Gaza. Although Netanyahu's refusal of numerous UN resolutions, most especially SC Resolutions 242 and 338, could not be more explicit, U.S. support to Israel continues undiminished. July 8, the ICJ enters an advisory opinion declaring the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons to be illegal. The U.S. not only refuses to accept the opinion as being in any way binding, but initiates production of a whole new species of tactical nuclear weapons within a few years. See the entry for April 24, 2003. September 04, the U.S. launches a series of cruise missile attacks against targets in northern Iraq. Although the action, which is not authorized by the Security Council, is supposedly undertaken to protect the Kurdish population around Erbil from Iraqi depredations, the U.S. policy of supporting Turkish assaults against these same Kurds belies any such noble motive. See the entry for April 5, 1991. On September 14, Press. Clinton admits that he actually ordered the attacks in order to extend the no-fly zone. The U.S. missile strikes thus violate Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, as well as UNGARES 337A, v, and a host of other elements of international law. Given the extent of collateral civilian casualties involved, not least among the very Kurds Clinton claimed to be trying to save, violations of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare and the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 are also at issue. September 18, Seconds of State Warren Christopher, ignoring SC Resolutions 242 and 338, sends a personal and confidential letter to Benjamin Netanyahu, assuring the Israeli PM that the U.S. will support his absurd contention that there is nothing binding from the standpoint of international law with regard to Israel's obligation to withdraw from occupied Syrian territory on the Golan Heights. Christopher's successor as Seconds of State, Madeleine Albright, later attempts to persuade the Syrians to accept Netanyahu's proposal to resume negotiations without preconditions, thus nullifying what little progress was made in earlier talks. See the entry for July 18, 1994, a subterfuge Syria flatly rejects. The Israeli/U.S. position is adopted in flagrant defiance, not only of the SC resolutions already mentioned, but the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in 232. Accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7. September 25, Netanyahu orders the opening of a second gate onto the plaza facing the Wailing Wall, at the base of the Dome of the Rock and very near the Al-Aqsa Mosque. When Palestinians respond to this blatant Israeli violation of the pledge to resolve disputes over Jerusalem through negotiations rather than fates accompli with large-scale utterly predictable anger, Netanyahu orders the IDF deployed. In short order, the situation has escalated to the point that Israeli troops are engaged in firefights with Palestinian police. 15 Israelis and more than 80 Palestinians are killed in the three-day confrontation. November 12, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 51/17, calling for an end to the U.S. embargo of Cuba. The U.S. and Israel, joined by Uzbekistan, cast the only opposing votes. The embargo continues. November 19, the other 14 members of the Security Council vote to extend the appointment of seconds. Gen. Boutros Ghali for 5 years. The U.S., having found Boutros Ghali insufficiently malleable, vetoes the resolution, creating a vacancy in the UN's top position. Although a lopsided majority of member states prefer that Salim Ahmed Salim be Boutros Ghali's successor, Kofi Annan, the State Department's choice, is quickly installed. December. 133 member states endorse UNGARES 51/22, calling for the elimination of economic coercion as a means of political/economic compulsion. The U.S. is one of 4 countries casting opposing votes. December 4, 104 member states endorse UNGARES 51/23, calling for the creation of a committee to consider the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, 107 member states endorse UNGARES 51/24, calling for establishment of a division of Palestinian rights within the UN Secretariat. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, 152 member states endorse UNGARES 51/26, calling for a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine, in compliance with international law. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, 84 member states endorse UNGARES 51/28, affirming Syria's legal right to recover the Golan Heights from Israel. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, 159 member states endorse UNGARES 51/29, calling for the Middle East peace process to be conducted in conformity with international law. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, the number of Israeli soldiers killed in southern Lebanon since the end of the 1982 war reaches 400, another 1,420 have been wounded. PM Netanyahu therefore proposes withdrawing the IDF from that cursed place, on condition that the Israeli military presence be replaced by that of a multinational force of Egyptian, Jordanian and French troops. Lebanon. A government of laws. 233. Backed by Syria, rejects the proposition, pointing out that Israel has since 1978 been required by SCRES 425 to withdraw its troops unconditionally. Hezbollah's 400-odd fighters then declare a new offensive to force compliance. In March 1998, with the death toll among IDF personnel rising steadily, an increasingly desperate Netanyahu tries again, this time proposing that Israeli forces be replaced by the Lebanese army, and that Lebanon undertake to guarantee Israel's security by destroying Hezbollah. This, too, is rejected, with Lebanon indicating that it will be prepared to negotiate its relationship to Israel only when the Israelis have demonstrated a willingness to comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions. Netanyahu, joined by seconds of State Albright, denounces as unreasonable the idea that Israel, like Iraq, for example, is obliged to obey the law. December. 138 member states endorse UNGARES 51/34, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 10, 129 member states endorse UNGARES 51/45b, calling for declaration of the Southern Hemisphere as a nuclear weapons-free zone. The U.S. is one of 3 countries casting an opposing vote. December 10, 129 member states endorse UNGARES 51/48, positing Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons as a primary source of the threat of such armaments proliferating in the Middle East. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 131 member states endorse UNGA Res. 51/51, calling for immediate implementation of the declaration of the Indian Ocean as an international zone of peace. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 12, 159 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/82, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 12, 117 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/83, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede realization of human rights and self-determination in the Third World. The US is one of 17 countries casting opposing votes. December 1, 159 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/124, calling for increased non-military assistance to Palestinian refugees. Israel alone casts an opposing vote, while the US is one of 2 countries abstaining. December 13, 157 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/126, reaffirming the right of return to Palestinians and other Arabs displaced by Israel's attack upon its neighbors in June 1967. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 13, 159 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/128, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 234. December 13, 159 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/129, reaffirming the right of Palestinians to recover properties from which they were displaced as a result of Israel's illegal expansion from 1948 onward, as well as all revenues derived therefrom. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 1, 159 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/130, calling upon the Seconds General to proceed with establishment of a University of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, to serve Palestinian refugees. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 13, 79 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/131, continuing the work of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 156 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/132, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli policies in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 13, 152 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/133, denouncing Israeli settlements in the occupied territories as illegal. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 13, 149 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/134, denouncing Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 13, 153 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/135, calling upon Israel to resolve the issue of the Golan Heights in conformity with international law. Only Israel casts an opposing vote, while the US is one of 9 countries abstaining. December 13, 143 member states endorse UNGA Res 146, calling for immediate implementation of UNGA Res 1514, 15, the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. The US and the UK cast the only opposing votes. December 1, 154 member states endorse UNGA Res 51/147, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 16, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 51/190, reaffirming permanent Palestinian sovereignty over natural resources located in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and Syrian sovereignty over those located in the Golan Heights. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1997. January 15, plagued by severe unrest throughout the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and by increasing international criticism of his repudiation of the Oslo Accords, Israeli PM Netanyahu endorses the so-called Hebron Protocol. 235. Hailed by the US as a milestone in the Middle Eastern peace process, the protocol embodies only the partial fulfillment of an Israeli withdrawal from the town of Hebron, which, according to the timetable established by the Cairo Agreement, was to have been accomplished months earlier. Creation of a zone allowing Palestinian safe passage from Gaza to the West Bank, which by the terms agreed at Cairo is supposed to occur in conjunction with the IDF's withdrawal from Hebron, is not undertaken at all. After completion of the transaction, Israel remains in complete control of 71% of the West Bank, and retains security control of another 23%, while Arafat's Palestinian Authority is left to preside over a mere 6%. The US approves new loan guarantees for Israel, creating the financial base for expanded settlement activity. February 19, as compensation for his concessions under the Hebron Protocol, Israeli PM Netanyahu announces a program to build 6,500 residential units in a new settlement called Har Homa, in occupied East Jerusalem. In a side meeting with his cabinet, Netanyahu explains that the battle for Jerusalem he is initiating is part of a broader plan to revise the Oslo Accords by creating facts on the ground. Where Oslo posits the prospect of the Palestinians ultimately recovering some 90% of the land in the West Bank, Netanyahu's idea is that Israel should retain about 2/3 of the whole. Housing sales in the settlements surge by 50% over the first several months of 1997, while the number of settlers rises by 9% overall. Although British Foreign Min. Malcolm Rifkind publicly observes that the new construction, like all such Israeli activity, is illegal, the U.S. remains silent. Hamas therefore launches a new suicide bombing campaign, with major blasts occurring in Jerusalem on July 30 and September 4. March 14 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. 6335, ordering a halt to construction in all Israeli settlements in East Jerusalem. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 14-1-0. The construction continues. March 13, 130 member states endorse UNGARES 9225, denouncing Israeli attempts to alter the political status of East Jerusalem. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. March 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. 6345, ordering a halt to construction at Israel's Jabal Abu Ghneim settlement in East Jerusalem. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 13-1-0. The construction continues. April 13, the U.S. Justice Department's Inspector General releases a 517-page report to a considerable extent confirming chronic complaints that the FBI Forensic Laboratory has for decades been routinely manufacturing scientific evidence tailored to prove the guilt of those accused of crimes. At about the same time, a raft of studies confirm that numerous state, local and private crime labs, many of them staffed by personnel trained by the FBI, have been engaging in the same practice. Aside from a range of glaring violations of U.S. domestic law, notably America's vaunted constitutional guarantee of due process, the procedures at issue violate the Universal 236 Declaration of Human Rights, Articles 7 to 11, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Art. 9, and the American Convention on Human Rights, Art. 8. Despite the magnitude of the offenses involved, no officials are prosecuted, indeed, few are even removed from their positions. Worse still, virtually none of the several thousand falsely convicted prisoners involved are released from prison. April 24, the Senate votes to join 120 other countries by ratifying the 1993 Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, Stockpiling, and Use of Chemical Weapons and on their destruction. An amendment is added to the ratification, however, Section 307 of which states that the President may deny a request to inspect any facility in the United States in cases where the President determines that inspection may pose a threat to the national security interests of the United States. The U.S. position on compliance is thus identical to that of Iraq, also a signatory to the 1993 Convention, a country whose posture U.S. officials routinely and vociferously denounce as illegal. April 25, 134 member states endorse UNGARES 9238, opposing further Israeli settlement in the occupied territories of Palestine. Only the US and Israel, joined by the Federation of Micronesia, cast opposing votes. The settlement continues. September 14, Seconds of State Albright, making her first official visit to Israel, announces that Palestinian terrorism constitutes the major obstacle to peace in the Middle East. No mention is made of the long history of Israeli terrorism, of Israel's sustained and ongoing violation of SC Resolutions 242 and 338, as well as the Oslo Accords. Most specifically, there is no hint that Israel's accelerated settlement program might be generating the violence. Instead, Albright asserts that the mass arrest of Hamas activists by Arafat's Palestinian Authority should be considered a fundamental precondition for any resumption of the peace process. October 23, claiming that tougher sanctions are necessary to force Iraqi compliance with SCRES 687, the U.S. pushes through SCRES 1134. For the first time, an anti-Iraqi resolution is not passed unanimously. 5 countries, including France, Russia, and China, abstain. France in particular points to the toll already taken by sanctions on Iraq's children, see the entry for May 12, 1996. Both France and Russia also point out that, while Iraq is undoubtedly cooperating less than fully with UNSCOM inspectors, the U.S. has itself been regularly exceeding the degree of force authorized in Security Council resolutions while engaging in enforcement of both the northern and southern Iraqi no-fly zones. November. 143 member states endorse UNGARES 52/10, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. The U.S., Israel, and Uzbekistan once again cast the only opposing votes. The embargo continues. November. A pair of Mossad agents disguised as Canadian tourists attempt to assassinate a mid-level Hamas leader named Khalid Meshal in Amman. 237. Jordan. The murder attempt is botched and the agents captured, a circumstance forcing the Israelis to exchange Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Hamas spiritual leader, arbitrarily imprisoned in Israel for several years, for their release. In the aftermath, it is discovered that the whole operation was personally approved by PM Netanyahu. Jordan's King Hussein also discloses that Hamas had made back-channel overtures concerning a ceasefire with Israel, and that his government had contacted the Israelis in a quiet effort to arrange it. Netanyahu's action is thus plainly intended to preclude any such result, since both the assassination and the ceasefire initiative were secret. It would also have been possible to cast Hamas' response to Meshal's murder as an irrational escalation of violence. Nonetheless, Netanyahu, joined by U.S. Seconds of State Albright, renews the demand that Arafat's Palestinian Authority perform a mass arrest of Hamas activists, see the entry for September 14, 1997, this time adding sympathizers for good measure. Insofar as the intended victim was accorded diplomatic status by Jordan, the US-backed Israeli murder attempt constitutes a patent violation of the 1973 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes against Internationally Protected Persons, including diplomatic agents. The breach of Jordanian sovereignty involved in attempting the assassination in Amman represents an equally clear violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. November 26, 138 member states endorse UNGARES 5226, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 04, 129 UN member states sign the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and Their Destruction, Ottawa Treaty. Of those countries represented at the conference, only the U.S., claiming special needs, declines to endorse the measure. By March 1, 1999, when the treaty comes into force, more than 70 countries have submitted formal ratifications. As of this writing, there are over 100, while the U.S., alone among military powers worthy of the name, continues to refuse the law. The motive underlying U.S. recalcitrance in this regard has little to do with its publicly stated defensive rationale, securing the perimeter of the Marine base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, for example, and protecting the demilitarized zone separating North from South Korea. Rather, it has everything to do with the fact that the cluster ordnance figuring so prominently in U.S. offensive capabilities might, under certain circumstances, be construed as containing antipersonnel mines. December v. 131 member states endorse UNGARES 52/38N, calling for declaration of the Southern Hemisphere as a nuclear weapons-free zone. The U.S. is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. 238. December 9, 109 member states endorse UNGARES 52/39C, approving the draft text of a proposed convention prohibiting nuclear weapons. The U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 9, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 52/41, declaring Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons to be a major cause of potential proliferation of such armaments in the Middle East. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, 125 member states endorse UNGARES 52/44, calling for immediate implementation of the declaration of the Indian Ocean as an international zone of peace. The U.S. is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. December 115 member states endorse UNGARES 52/49, continuing the work of the UN Committee on Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 113 member states endorse UNGARES 52/50, calling for a division of Palestinian rights within the UN Secretariat. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 52/51, calling for a special informational program on the question of Palestine. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 155 member states endorse UNGARES 52/52, calling for a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine, in conformity with international law. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 9, 92 member states endorse UNGARES 52/54, calling upon Israel to rescind the extension of its domestic laws over the Golan Heights, and to withdraw its forces in conformity with SC Resolutions 242 and 338. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 159 member states endorse UNGARES 52/57, calling for increased non-military assistance to Palestinian refugees. Only Israel casts an opposing vote, while the U.S. is one of 2 countries abstaining. December 10, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 52/59, reaffirming the right of persons displaced by Israel's June 1967 attack upon its neighbors to return to their homes. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 5261, commending and continuing the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 5262, reaffirming the right of Palestinians and other Arabs dispossessed by Israel's illegal expansion from 1948 onward to recover their property and revenues derived therefrom. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 239. December 10, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 5263, calling upon the Seconds General to proceed with the establishment of a University of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, to serve Palestinian refugees. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 83 member states endorse UNGARES 5264, continuing the work of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. D3C. 10. 156 member states endorse UNGARES 5265, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli policies in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 5266, condemning Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 5267, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 5272, condemning economic and other activities impeding realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 10, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 5278, calling for immediate implementation of UNGARES 1514, 15, the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 10, 159 member states endorse UNGARES 5279, calling for dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. The US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 11, the US, along with what will soon be 178 other countries, signs the Kyoto Protocol, implementing the 1992 UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Press. Clinton does not submit the treaty to the Senate for ratification, however, and it therefore never enters into force in U.S. domestic law. By 2001, the U.S. is the only non-compliant state among the 38 countries who agree at Kyoto to reduce their overall level of greenhouse gas emissions. December 12, 113 member states endorse UNGARES 52/112, condemning violations of human rights by mercenaries used to impede the realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 18 countries casting opposing votes. December 12, 160 member states endorse UNGARES 52/114, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 240. December 18, 109 member states endorse UNGARES 52/181, condemning unilateral economic measures used as a means to politically/economically coerce third world countries. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 18, 137 member states endorse UNGARES 52/207, reaffirming the right of Palestinians to permanent sovereignty over natural resources in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 1998. March 2, the US and Britain pushed through SCRES 1154, providing that the US in particular may automatically respond with military force to alleged Iraqi non-compliance with UN resolutions. Although vociferously opposed to this unprecedented assertion of the principle of automaticity, all other permanent members of the Security Council abstained from voting. A day later, ignoring the refusal of Russia, France, and China to endorse the resolution, Pres. Clinton falsely informs the public that all members of the Security Council agree that the U.S. holds the right to use force at its own discretion in imposing its will upon Iraq. This bold-faced lie represents a gross manipulation of Security Council procedures, and thus violates Chapters V, 6 and 7 of the UN Charter. More broadly, the U.S. posture completely contradicts a variety of other provisions contained in the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and UNGARES 337A, v. April 14, citing procedural default, the Supreme Court holds that Virginia can execute Paraguayan national angel Francisco Breard despite the facts that he was denied his right to contact the Paraguayan consulate. Paraguay has brought suit before the ICJ, and the ICJ has ordered the U.S. to take all measures at its disposal to ensure that Breard is not executed pending the final decision in these proceedings. Seconds of State Madeleine Albright assures Virginia Gov. Gilmore that the ICJ order is non-binding. See the entries for October 1, 1999, June 27, 2001 and February 5, 2003. June 7 equals a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Thomas Moorer, appears on the CNN newsstand program to disclose the Army's Operation Tailwind, conducted in September 1970. Therein, U.S. Special Forces personnel fighting in Laos used sarin nerve gas against a Pathet Lao base camp in an effort to kill a number of American defectors believed to be residing there. Only 2 Americans were reportedly killed, along with well over 100 Laotians, both military and civilian. Shortly thereafter, sarin was again used to destroy a mixed force of Pathet Lao and North Vietnamese regulars, again killing a number estimated to run in the triple digits. Some of the Americans involved were also contaminated, and at least one suffers from degenerative neurological disorders diagnosed as having been caused by nerve gas exposure. These actions, which are well documented, may not have been the only such undertaken in Laos. Be that as it may, they were 241. Plainly carried out in flagrant violation of the 1925 Geneva Protocol for the prohibition of the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous or other gases. JLLILG 26, 124 member states endorse UNGARES 52/250, calling for participation of Palestinians in the work of the UN. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. July 17, 120 UN member states vote to create an International Criminal Court, ICC, empowered to preside over cases involving genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression, essentially the same venue as the Nuremberg Tribunal established at U.S. instigation under the 1945 London Charter. The U.S. joins China, India, Iraq, Israel, Libya, Sudan, and Qatar in casting opposing votes. According to U.S. Senator Jesse Helms, the U.S. will never endorse the ICC until such time as it extends blanket immunity to all U.S. officials and military personnel for all offenses, past, present, and future. In effect, the U.S. position is that it will not accept ICC jurisdiction unless it is explicitly exempted from that same jurisdiction. It is obviously impossible to reconcile such a posture with the noble principles declaimed by Justice Jackson at Nuremberg, to the effect that the U.S. would never hold others to a standard of legality it was unwilling to accept for itself. See the entry for November 20, 1945. August 19, claiming that it is engaged in the illegal manufacture of chemical weapons, the U.S. bombs the Sudan's only pharmaceutical plant, Al-Shifa, near Khartoum. In actuality there is no evidence whatsoever that any such activity is occurring, a matter readily borne out by the strenuousness of U.S. efforts to block a UN inspection of the site in the aftermath. Shortly, it becomes clear that the primary U.S. objection to Al-Shifa is that it was built in part with donations from Osama bin Laden, a Saudi millionaire who, as nominal head of the Al-Qaeda terrorist network, is believed by the CIA to be responsible for recent attacks upon the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, and the USS Cole in Yemen. Frustrated at its inability to come to grips with bin Laden himself, the U.S. is simply lashing out at anything associated with him. In reality, the Al-Shifa plant was producing some 50% of the medicines available in the deeply impoverished Sudan, and its destruction left the country bereft of the chloroquine used to treat malaria, drugs with which to treat tuberculosis, and most of the veterinary drugs needed to combat parasites. The collateral effect of the U.S. bombing, which was conducted in clear violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters 6 and 7, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, and 2444, as well as the 1949 Geneva Convention was thus the deaths of tens of thousands of Sudanese bystanders, the majority of them children. Given that the Sudan was already undergoing a vast humanitarian crisis at the time the bombing occurred, violation of Article 2, c. of the Genocide Convention is also at issue. August 20, still trying to lay a glove on the elusive Osama bin Laden, the U.S. launches cruise missile strikes on what it believes are Al-Qaeda train. 242. Camps in northeastern Afghanistan. The facilities turn out to occupied mostly by Pakistanis training to fight in India-controlled Kashmir. Of the 20 killed and 30 wounded in the attack, none are members of Al-Qaeda. Afghanistan's Taliban government, which is in the process of easing Al-Qaeda out of the country and which is at the time preparing to deport bin Laden to Saudi Arabia, where he is wanted on a range of charges, immediately reverses its position, observing that America is the biggest terrorist in the world. The U.S. strikes, undertaken without Security Council authorization, embody severe violations of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, as well as UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. and 2131, XX. October 1, 157 member states, including Uzbekistan, endorse UNGA RES 9479, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. The embargo continues. October 16, police in London, where he has gone for medical treatment, arrest former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, at the request of Spain, on charges of having ordered the torture and murder of Spanish citizens. A charge of genocide is also considered, see the entry for September 11, 1973. The U.S. quietly intervenes through diplomatic backchannels in behalf of its client, ultimately arranging for his extradition back to Chile, where, as a former head of state, he enjoys immunity from prosecution and, in any event, is adjudged to be too infirm to stand trial. October 23, under mounting pressure from Hamas and the Islamic Jihad and from his own constituents, now thoroughly disenchanted with his promises that their safety will be ensured by pursuit of ever tougher policies against the Palestinians, Israeli PM Netanyahu signs the Y River Memorandum, a U.S.-brokered understanding between his regime and Yasser Arafat's Palestinian Authority. Under terms of the Y River Accord, Israel agrees to resume the so-called Oslo peace process with a three-stage withdrawal of its troops from an additional 13% of the West Bank. At the end of 3 months, the Palestinians are to be in joint control of some 40% of all West Bank territory. Reciprocally, Arafat agrees to launch a program, undertaken in collaboration with Israeli intelligence and monitored by the CIA, to halt the basing of Hamas and Jihad operations from areas under his control. There is strong indication that, although both the Jihad and Hamas object that the arrangement falls far short of Israel's meeting of its legal obligations, they agree to cooperate. On December 20, however, although Arafat has fulfilled his end of the bargain, even going so far as to effect a formal cancellation on December 14 of the long obsolete Palestinian Charter of 1968, which contained language concerning the destruction of Israel, Netanyahu orchestrates a Knesset vote to suspend the withdrawal of Israeli troops from any portion of the West Bank until the Palestinians agree to 5 wholly new conditions. Although it is obviously the Israelis, not the Palestinians, who have scuttled the Y River Agreement, the U.S. sides, as 243. Always, with Israel. Hamas and the Islamic Jihad resume military operations. December 2, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 9522, reaffirming that land for peace should be considered as a basis for resolution of the Mideast conflict. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 150 member states endorse UNGARES 9525A, calling upon Israel to disarm Jewish settlers in the occupied territories of Palestine. The US and Israel, joined by the Federation of Micronesia, cast the only opposing votes. December 144 member states endorse UNGARES 9525B, calling for a final and complete implementation of the UN's 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The US and the UK cast the only opposing votes. December 156 member states endorse UNGARES 9525C, calling for continued dissemination of information on decolonization by the UN Department of Public Information. The US and UK, joined by Israel, cast the only opposing votes. December 151 member states endorse UNGARES 9525D, demanding that Israel cease all human rights violations against Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 155 member states endorse UNGARES 9525E, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention for to Israeli policies in the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 150 member states endorse UNGARES 9525G, calling upon Israel to comply with all relevant Security Council resolutions, especially SCRES 497, see the entry for December 17, 1981. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 156 member states endorse UNGARES 95251, reaffirming the right CF return of displaced Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. Israel publicly dismisses the idea that Palestinians are imbued with any such right as an absurdity. December 156 member states endorse UNGARES 9525J, reaffirming the right of Palestinian refugees to recover their property, or revenues deriving therefrom, within the occupied territories of Palestine. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 157 member states endorse UNGARES 9525K, calling upon Israel to comply with the terms and provisions of the UN Charter. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 156 member states endorse UNGARES 9525L, calling upon Israel to remove all hindrances to the establishment of a university in East Jerusalem, Al-Quds, serving Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. 244. Dec 16, UNSCOM Chief Richard Butler, having withdrawn the last of his personnel from Iraq, submits a report to the Security Council stating that the Iraqis had refused admission of inspectors to a number of sensitive installations. This is a conscious misrepresentation. Iraq had refused admission mainly to presidential palaces and other facilities deemed essential to the dignity and sovereignty of the country. On this pretext, and without Security Council authorization, Press. Clinton orders the commencement of Operation Desert Fox the same evening. Over the next 4 days, more than 100 sites, several of them in Baghdad, are subjected to heavy bombing. As U.S. Inspector Scott Ritter later observes, by that point, Iraq's existing stockpiles and capacity to produce weapons of mass destruction had already been completely destroyed. The U.S. airstrikes are thus plainly geared far more to impress upon the Iraqi government that it must do whatever it's told, than to eliminate Iraq's chemical and biological weapons capabilities. In that sense, stripped of its trappings, Desert Fox is a clear violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. Given the nature of certain of the sites targeted, violations of the 1923 Hague Rules of Aerial Warfare, the 1949 Geneva Convention for and UNGARES 2444 are also at issue. 1999. March 24. Claiming it is necessary to halt yet another humanitarian disaster, this one centering upon a supposed Serbian genocide of ethnic Albanians, the US completely disregards the UN by heading up a NATO air offensive to liberate Kosovo from the criminal state of Yugoslavia. Over the next 11 weeks, an awesome array of both smart and dumb aerial ordnance is expended not only against Yugoslav military forces, but such targets as television stations, schools, hospitals, theaters, old folks' homes and other elements of the civilian infrastructures of both Kosovo and Yugoslavia itself. Even the Chinese embassy in downtown Belgrade is hit by a US cruise missile. Thousands are killed, tens of thousands maimed, hundreds of thousands rendered homeless and made into refugees. By the time a peace accord is entered on June 3, making Kosovo into a NATO protectorate, an ad hoc group of international lawyers in Toronto has joined with the American Association of Jurists to file a complaint with the Hague War Crimes Tribunal charging that US-led coalition forces have engaged in a range of crimes including willful killing, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health, extensive destruction of property, not justified by military necessity, and carried out unlawfully and wantonly, employment of poisonous weapons or other weapons to cause unnecessary suffering, wanton destruction of cities, towns, and villages, dwellings or buildings, destruction or willful damage done to institutions dedicated to religion, charity and education, the arts and sciences, and historic monuments, loss, well as open violation of the United Nations Charter, the NATO Treaty itself, the Geneva Conventions and the principles of international 245. Law. Since the tribunal is US-sponsored, the charges, while entirely accurate, are quietly shelved, and go all but unreported in the media. May 1, Benjamin Netanyahu is unseated as Israeli PM by Ehud Barak. Although this represents another of Israel's supposed turns toward moderation, example, Barak immediately announces that he will honor the Y River Agreement. See the entry for October 23, 1998. He also asserts categorically that under no circumstances will Israel be prepared to comply with SC Resolutions 242 and 338 by withdrawing to its 1967 borders. More specifically, he avows every intention of maintaining Israeli control over the whole of Jerusalem, and asserts that all Jewish settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine must be considered permanent additions to the State of Israel. Although Barak's position is thus as flatly illegal as that espoused by any of his predecessors, it is enthusiastically endorsed by U.S. press. Clinton shortly announces increased economic assistance to Israel. May 27, even as it ignores charges filed against the US and other NATO participants in the onslaught against Yugoslavia, the Hague Tribunal, to much fanfare, indicts President Slobodan Milosevic and 5 other top Serbian officials for war crimes and crimes against humanity. One problem is that even a team of 56 FBI forensic specialists dispatched by the Clinton administration to gather evidence can find almost no indication that the grisly atrocities the Serbs are alleged to have committed against Kosovo Albanians ever occurred. Most spectacularly, a mine shaft near the town of Mitrovica, widely reported to have been used as a mass grave for some 700 Albanians massacred by Serbian forces, disgorges not a single corpse. At 30 other reputed mass grave sites, the FBI comes up with the bodies of fewer than 200 victims, the great majority of them apparently killed after NATO's humanitarian intervention had commenced. Ultimately, tales of the Serbs' Nazi-like butchery of Albanians prove as illusory as did those of their policy-driven mass rape of Bosnian Muslim women and the new Belsin they'd created at Trnopolje. See the entries for August 5, 1992, and May 2, 1996. Nonetheless, with his demonization firmly implanted in the public mind, Milosevic is eventually arrested and extradited to the Netherlands, where he is currently undergoing prosecution before the Hague Tribunal. October 1, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights issues Advisory Opinion OC 1699, the right of information on consular assistance in the framework of the Guarantees for the Due Process of Law, finding the U.S. in violation of Article 36 of the Vienna Convention on Consular Rights and Art. 14 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights for executing Mexican national Mario Murphy despite having failed to notify him of his right to contact the Mexican consulate. See the entries for April 14, 1998, June 27, 2001, and February 5, 2003. November 9, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 9654, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. The embargo continues. December 6, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 5474, reaffirming the right of Palestinian refugees dispossessed as a result of Israel's illegal 246. Expansion from 1948 onward to recover their property and revenue derived therefrom. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 5475, calling upon the Seconds General to proceed with the establishment of a University of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, to serve Palestinian refugees. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 84 member states endorse UNGARES 5476, continuing the work of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 5477, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli policies in the occupied territories. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 5478, condemning illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 5479, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 6, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 5480, calling upon Israel to rescind the extension of its domestic laws from the Syrian Golan Heights, and to comply with SC Resolutions 242 and 338. Only Israel casts an opposing vote, while the U.S. abstains. December 6, 153 member states endorse UNGARES 5485, condemning economic and other activities impeding the realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 6, 141 member states endorse UNGARES 5491, calling for the immediate implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 6, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 5492, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. Dec. 17, the US and the UK pass SCRES 1284, establishing new and far more stringent inspection criteria and extending sanctions against Iraq for an indefinite period. All other permanent members of the Security Council abstain from voting. While the resolution is promoted as being necessary to ensure that Iraq does not rebuild its inventory of chemical and biological weapons, or develop the capacity to produce nuclear weapons, U.S. officials concede to the Wall Street Journal that there is no evidence the Iraqis are planning, much less attempting, to do either. In a moment of candor, Seconds of State Albright concedes on the January 2, 2002, edition of NBC's Meet. 247. The press that concern over the possibility that Iraq might possess or acquire weapons of mass destruction is merely a pretext. The real object, she explains, is to force a regime change, replacing Iraq's Ba'athist government with one preferred by the U.S. This being true, the U.S. manipulation of the Security Council embodied in RES 1284 violates Chapter V of the UN Charter, as well as UNGA Resolutions 380, v. and 2131, XX. December 1, 100 member states endorse UNGA RES 54/151, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The U.S. is one of 16 countries casting opposing votes. December 17, 156 member states endorse UNGA RES 54/152, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. The U.S. and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 22, 94 member states endorse UNGA RES 54/200, condemning unilateral economic measures used as a means of political/economic compulsion against third world countries. The US and the UK cast the only opposing votes. December 22, 132 member states endorse UNGA RES 54/231, reaffirming the Palestinian right to permanent sovereignty over natural resources in the occupied territories. The US and Israel enter opposing votes. Accept a compromise worked out with prior signatories which would allow the US, uniquely, to enlist and train military personnel defined as children under the 1994 Convention on the Rights of the Child, so long as every effort is made to keep them out of combat until they reach their 18th birthday. Even this breakthrough proves insufficient to convince the Senate to ratify the convention, however, since the U.S. continues to insist that it also holds a sovereign prerogative to declare children as young as 13 years of age adults for purposes of prosecution, imprisonment, and potential execution. As of this writing, the U.S. and Somalia are the only two UN member states refusing to accept universal protection of children's rights. March 27, the U.S. joins in approving SCRES 1328, demanding that Israel immediately implement SC Resolutions 242, 1967, and 338, 1973. The condition for U.S. cooperation is, as always, that the resolution not include enforcement provisions of any sort. Israel, as always, simply ignores the resolution. As always, U.S. support to the offender continues undiminished. JLLY Press. Clinton convenes a summit between Israeli PM Barak and Palestinian Authority head Yasser Arafat at the U.S. presidential retreat at Camp David, Maryland, to revise the working arrangement between the two parties. Clinton and Barak describe in glowing terms the breakthrough embodied in Barak's offer to concede part of East Jerusalem and between 90 and 94% of the West Bank to the Palestinians. In actual 248. What is offered adds up to only 50 to 60% of the area in question, that is, only marginally more than what was offered by Netanyahu, all of it broken up into a bewildering complex of separate cantons. In exchange, Arafat is expected to endorse outright Israeli annexation of 10% of the West Bank, and the idea that disposition of the remaining 40% should remain under discussion, that is, directly controlled by Israel for an indefinite period. As Palestinian analyst Edward Said observes, Israel took 78% of Palestine in 1948 and the remaining 22% in 1967. Only that 22% is in question now, and it excludes West Jerusalem. When we look at the 50 to 60% conceded by Barak at Camp David in terms of the former Palestine, it amounts to only about 12% of the land from which the Palestinians were driven in 1948. The vaunted Camp David initiative is thus a subterfuge through which the US and Israel seek to cast an aura of legitimacy over the fruits of protracted Israeli aggression by presenting the situation as the opposite of itself. When Arafat refuses to accept Barak's proposition, which is plainly intended to circumvent SC Resolutions 242 and 338, both Barak and Clinton denounce him as an obstacle to peace. September 28, Ariel Sharon, guarded by about 1,000 Israeli police and soldiers, enters Jerusalem's Haram al-Sharif, in a gesture designed to assert his right as an Israeli to visit a Muslim holy place. By September 29, the Muslim Day of Prayer, substantial Palestinian protests have broken out in response to this blatant provocation by the Butcher of Beirut. See the entries for September 14, 1982 and February 7, 1983, and PM Barak dispatches a massive and intimidating police and military force to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. A day later, as the protests swell, IDF troopers shoot and kill 5 Palestinians, including 12-year-old Muhammad al-Dura, a child falsely accused of throwing rocks. Thus begins the Second Intifada, Al-Aqsa Intifada. By October 1, a full-fledged slaughter is underway, with Israeli troops routinely firing on unarmed demonstrators and helicopter gunships firing missiles into buildings, apparently at random. Vehicles clearly marked as belonging to the Red Crescent Society, the internationally recognized Arabic version of the Red Cross, are also targeted for systematic destruction by the IDF. The Israeli onslaught, which violates, among many other elements of international law, the 1949 Geneva Conventions IN 4, is condemned by a host of governments and virtually every international human rights organization. The U.S. response, announced on October 4, is to approve an Israeli request for additional Apache attack helicopters and more advanced missiles to be fired from them. By early November, more than 170 Palestinians have been killed and upwards of 6,000 wounded by the IDF, while thousands of others have been placed under preventive detention. October 20, 92 member states endorse UNGARES 9793, demanding an immediate end to Israeli violence in the occupied territories of Palestine and implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Accords signed a few days previously. The US and Israel, joined by the Federation of Micronesia, Nauru, and Tuvalu, cast the only opposing votes. 249. November 9, 167 member states endorse UNGARES 9814, calling for an immediate end to the U.S. embargo of Cuba. The U.S. and Israel, joined by the Marshall Islands, cast the only opposing votes. The embargo continues. December 1, 157 member states endorse UNGARES 5536, calling for Israel to join 163 other signatory countries in accepting the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The US and Israel enter opposing votes. December 1, 96 member states endorse UNGARES 5551, condemning Israel for failure to comply with SCRES 497, 1981, and nullifying Israel's attempt to extend its jurisdiction over the Golan Heights. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. December 1, 106 member states endorse UNGARES 5552, authorizing a special committee on the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 107 member states endorse UNGARES 55/53, authorizing a division of Palestinian rights within the UN Secretariat. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 55/54, authorizing the Secretariat to conduct a special information program on the question of Palestine. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 1, 149 member states endorse UNGARES 55/55, calling for a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 4, 170 member states endorse UNGARES 55/87, reaffirming the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 55/125, reaffirming the right of displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 157 member states endorse UNGARES 55/127, calling upon Israel to abide by Articles 100, 104 and 105 of the Union Charter in its dealings with personnel employed by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 55/128, reaffirming that Israel has no right to dispose of or profit from Palestinian properties expropriated from 1948 onward. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 55/129, authorizing the Seconds General to take all necessary steps to establish a university in Jerusalem, Al-Quds, serving Palestinian refugees. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 91 member states endorse UNGARES 55/130, accepting the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices. 250. Affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. Only the US and Israel enter opposing votes. December 8, 152 member states endorse UNGARES 55/131, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli policies in the occupied territories of Palestine. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 152 member states endorse 55/132, reaffirming the illegality of Israeli settlements in the occupied territories. JTI US and Israel, joined by Nauru and Tuvalu, cast opposing votes. December 8, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 55/133, condemning ongoing Israeli violence against the population of the occupied territories and demanding that Israel cease all practices and actions violating the human rights of Palestinians. Only the US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 8, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 55/134, calling upon Israel to comply with SCRES 497, 1981, by rescinding the imposition of its laws on the Golan Heights, and deploring Israeli violations of the 1949 Geneva Convention. Only Israel casts an opposing vote, the US abstains. December 8, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 55/138, condemning economic and other foreign entities impeding implementation of the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 8, 153 member states endorse UNGARES 9838E, instructing the UN Department of Information to continue disseminating information on decolonization. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 8, 125 member state endorse UNGARES 55/146, proclaiming a second international decade for eradication of colonialism. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 8, 138 member states endorse UNGARES 55/147, calling for the immediate implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 13, a Human Rights Watch document entitled Report on Israeli Settlement in the Occupied Territories is released, detailing how, despite the fact that there were almost 8,000 unoccupied residential units in the settlements overall, the pro-peace government of Ehud Barak has underwritten construction of an additional 1,924 since July 1999. All told, it is shown that the settler population has nearly doubled since the Oslo Accords supposedly curtailed the rate of influx. See the entry for September 13, 1993. The report also documents how Israel has contrived to reserve approximately 80% of the total water supply available in the occupied territories for use by Jewish settlers. While these findings, contested by neither Israel or the US, clearly underscore the magnitude of Israeli illegalities, US support for the offender remains undiminished. 25-1. 2001. January 18. The National Security Council sends a cable to the U.S. delegation to an international conference convened to finalize the UN Draft Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, emphasizing that the U.S. will accept no law according indigenous peoples the right to self-determination. Instead, the NSC instructs the delegation to propose alternative language in which Native peoples are assured a right only to internal self-determination, a concept previously unknown to international law. As explained by the NSC, this formulation would expressly deny to Native peoples any right to independence or permanent sovereignty over natural resources. The U.S. maneuver is thus designed and intended to nullify the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples articulated in Chapter I, Article 1, 2, of the UN Charter, as well as the repeated guarantee that all peoples have the right to self-determination made in the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Art 1, 1, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Art 1, d, the Declaration of the Right to Development, Art 1.2, and elsewhere. At base, the U.S. effort to restrict indigenous peoples to exercise of a right to internal self-determination thus reduces to a thinly veiled desire to formally legitimate internal colonialism, especially with regard to the structure of its own domestic relationship to Native North Americans. See the entry for January 4, 1975. February 19, the newly installed administration of Pres George W. Bush, son of the earlier mentioned Pres. Bush, approves the transfer of another $500 million worth of Apache attack helicopters to Israel. A day later, it is announced that the U.S. Army's Corps of Engineers will be spending a further $266 million in American tax dollars to build a major military base for the IDF in the Negev Desert. Leaving aside the implications of such transactions vis-a-vis Israel's ongoing denial of Palestinian rights as well as those of Syria and Lebanon, it should be noted that the Israelis remain as much in violation of UNGARES 300-4, as they were when the resolution was passed in 1949. March 27, in a transparent replay of its maneuver regarding SCRES 1328 exactly 1 year earlier, the U.S. joins in approving SCRES 1381, demanding immediate implementation of SCRES 338, 1973. Israel yawns and carries on with business as usual. This is because, on the same day, the U.S. vetoes a second resolution, S/2001/270, final vote, 9-1-4, this one jointly introduced by Ireland, Norway, Britain, and France, to introduce UN observers to the occupied territories to monitor Israeli compliance. The US claims not to object to observers, per se, but only to the resolution's inappropriate use of terms like siege and occupied territories, and its unfortunate references to things like the concept of land for peace and the Geneva Conventions. Mayo, the US is removed by vote of the members from the UN's Human Rights Commission. Various reasons are informally cited, including 252. The adamant and persistent refusal of the US to acknowledge the long record of systematic human rights violations by Israel, the persistent US pattern of supporting other major human rights abusers around the world as but a few examples, Suharto in Indonesia, Pinochet in Chile, the Guatemalan and Greek juntas, the Shah of Iran and the Salvadoran oligarchy, and its own abysmal record of human rights violations around the world. More formally, mention is made of the U.S. domestic posture, including conditions in its penal system and as its refusal either to abolish the death penalty or to endorse the Convention on the Rights of the Child. May 17, Ariel Sharon displaces Ehud Barak as Israeli PM, announcing, predictably enough, that his policy will be to take off the gloves in dealing with the Palestinians. Although it is well documented that Sharon is a career war criminal indeed, he proudly recounts many of his crimes in his autobiography and has long been on record as a major proponent of state terrorism. His assuming the position of Israeli head of state generates no calls for a regime change by U.S. officials. On the contrary, Sharon is depicted by State Department spokespersons as being one of America's oldest and strongest allies. In short order, the combination of Sharon's sordid background and his ratcheting up of Israeli repression prompts a major escalation in suicide bombings undertaken by Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, as well as a PLO offshoot calling itself the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. Sharon responds by ordering all-out IDF invasions of both the West Bank and Gaza Strip, devastating entire communities and, for a while, besieging Yasser Arafat in his Ramallah headquarters. In coming months, well over 100 Israelis and several hundred Palestinians are killed. Sharon's methods are so crude, not to mention, counterproductive, that even Pres. Bush openly demands that the Israeli offensive be halted immediately. Sharon effectively thumbs his nose, ordering the operation to continue for another month. Palpably irritated by such insubordination, Bush nonetheless initiates no alteration in U.S.-Israeli relations. June 27, the ICJ rules, 14-1, in the Lagrand case Germany v. U.S., that the U.S. has violated its obligations to Germany and to Karl and Walter Lagrand under Art. 36 of the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations by failing to inform them of their right to consular access. By this time Karl Lagrand has already been executed, and the U.S. argues that the ICJ's provisional measures order staying Walter's execution is not legally binding, precisely the opposite of argument before the ICJ when, suing Iran for redress relating to the 1979 hostage crisis, it pronounced an ICJ emergency order legally binding as a matter of principle. Walter Lagrand is executed on schedule, see the entries for April 14, 1998, October 1, 1999, and February 5, 2003. JLLLY 9, U.S. Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security John Bolton addresses the UN Conference on the Illicit Trade in Small Arms and Weapons in New York, informing assembled delegates that the U.S. does not consider its own trade in such materials to be problematic, and, correspondingly, that it will not support measures designed to strengthen curtailment of the arms trade on an across-the-board basis. A Government of Laws. 253. Aug. 31, the UN World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance begins in Durban, South Africa. Israel, whose policies of discrimination against Palestinians are on the docket for considerable criticism in these connections, boycotts the proceedings. The U.S. delegation, discovering that it cannot suppress equation of Zionism to racism in accordance with UNGARES 3379, 1975, also walks out. September 11, the sustained pattern of war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the US against the Iraqis, Palestinians, Libyans, Sudanese, and many others is finally rejoined in kind when 19 members of Al-Qaeda commandeer 3 commercial airliners and, using them as 300,000-pound cruise missiles, level the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York, and a wing of the Pentagon, a 4th airliner, reputedly aimed at either the Capitol building or the White House, is shot down over Pennsylvania, killing all aboard. On September 14, Congress passes a joint resolution authorizing Pres. Bush to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the attacks. Bush's resulting war on terror initially targets Afghanistan, in which Al-Qaeda maintains several training camps, demanding despite the fact that the US has never deigned to enter into an extradition treaty with it that the country's Taliban government immediately turn over Osama bin Laden. Publicly, Afghani head of state Mullah Omar asks only that the US make an offer of proof that bin Laden was actually involved in the 9-1-1 attacks. Behind the scenes, he arranges in any event to deliver the Al-Qaeda leader to Pakistani intelligence agents, thence the US. His demand met in full, Bush nonetheless orders first an air assault, then a ground invasion of Afghanistan. As a means of combating terrorism, the onslaught is absurd. Nobody, including Bush himself, has accused the Taliban of being terrorist sponsors per se, and the Al-Qaeda leadership, as well as most of the organization's fighters, simply to slip away during the course of the combat. In terms of forcing a regime change, that is, of replacing the fiercely independent Taliban with a much more malleable and Western-oriented entity, one guaranteed to further U.S. oil interests in Central Asia. However, the campaign is entirely successful. In this sense, it is also a glaring violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, UNGA Resolutions 337A, v. 380, v. 2131, XX, and 3314, XXIX, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Additionally, the war is by and large fought with little regard for the requirements of either the 1949 Geneva Convention 4 or UNGA 2444, and conspicuous violations of the 1949 Geneva Convention 3 occur when U.S. aligned forces perpetrate a series of massacres and other atrocities against prisoners at Mazar-i-Sharif and elsewhere. Needless to say, while numerous Taliban leaders and soldiers are alleged to be war criminals, no one aligned with the U.S. is similarly accused. 254. September 28, in the wake of 9-1-1, the U.S. rams through SCRES 1373, requiring that all UN member states suppress the financing of and acquisition of weapons by international terrorist organizations, deny safe haven to terrorists, bring terrorists and all persons associated with them to justice, seal their borders against terrorist movements, and cooperate with all other member states in pursuit of these goals. While the resolution seems reasonable on its face, the U.S. rather explicitly elects to define terrorists as any persons or groups it, and it alone, chooses, for whatever reason, to define as such. Neither the historical financing/equipage, nor the ongoing safe haven provided by the U.S. to innumerable terrorists Nicaraguan Contras, for example, and the aging Cuban exiles of Omega-7 counts, of course. The U.S. also insists that other governments are required to freeze without delay the assets of any individual or group it accuses of terrorism, or association with terrorists, rather than proceeding in accordance with its domestic legal principles. Bringing terrorists to justice is construed as turning them over to the U.S. on demand. Moreover, the U.S. at this point actively opposes the prosecution of anyone in whom it has an interest before the now duly constituted ICC. In effect, a single element of law is being wielded as a means of voiding whole swaths of customary legal safeguards and protections, while the U.S. attempts to place itself in the position of supreme legal arbiter on a genuinely planetary basis. October 26, Pres. Bush signs the Patriot Act. On September 12, while seeking to explain the reason underlying the 9-1-1 attack to the American people, he has explained that it's because they hate our freedom. Thereafter, in apparent acknowledgement of the power they possess, he and selected congressional leaders team up to abolish what little remains of freedom in the U.S., thereby presumably safeguarding the public against further such attacks through the legislation in question. While nullifying the U.S. Constitution altogether, the Patriot Act also includes numerous provisions contrary to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and UNGARES 33/173, the Resolution on Disappeared Persons. November 10, meeting in Morocco, the Congress of Parties to the 1997 Kyoto Protocol finalizes its program for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. By then, however, the U.S., alone among signatory states, has dropped out of the process. Although Pres. Bush included a plank on reducing carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere in his 1999 campaign platform, his administration has to date introduced no viable plan by which to accomplish this goal. On the contrary, in June 2002, Bush refuses to so much as acknowledge the scientific consensus that human activities are primarily responsible for inducing global warming and other aspects of potentially catastrophic climate change. Unsurprisingly, given this official posture, the U.S. remains by far the worst offender on the planet in terms of per capita environmental impact. 255. November 13, Pres. Bush signs a decree authorizing the creation of special military tribunals to try non-citizens suspected of terrorism against the U.S. In short order, this evolves into the proposition that since terrorists, a term construed so broadly as to encompass virtually anyone, anywhere, who for whatever reason and by whatever means takes concrete action to oppose U.S. policy, or indicates support for those who do, are illegal combatants, their rights are protected by neither U.S. domestic nor international law. In effect, even a military tribunal is unnecessary. Those accused, on whatever basis, of being involved with international terrorism can simply be held without a trial of any sort, for as long as the military desires, under any conditions the military wishes to impose upon them. The primary but by no means the only example of this procedure at work concerns some 660 Taliban soldiers and suspected al-Qaeda fighters captured in Afghanistan, then sedated and flown halfway around the world to be confined like zoo animals in outdoor cages at Camp X-Ray, a specially constructed facility within the U.S. Marine compound at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. For an earlier counterpart facility, see the entry for December 2, 1970. There, the Taliban captives, who are members of the armed forces of a recognized government, and are thus entitled to protection under the 1949 Geneva Convention 3, have been conflated with the alleged al-Qaeda captives, who are not actual members of al-Qaeda, and there is clear evidence that at least some of those held under that heading at Camp X-Ray, including at least 3 children as young as 13 years of age, are on the other hand properly classified not as illegal combatants, but as unprivileged combatants, and are thus entitled to protection under the 1949 Geneva Convention 4. As the matter is framed in the 1978 Fundamental Rules of International Humanitarian Law applicable in armed conflicts, everyone shall be entitled to benefit from fundamental judicial guarantees. No one shall be held responsible for an act he has not committed. No one shall be subjected to physical or mental torture, corporal punishment, or cruel or degrading punishment. Emphasis added. Thus, as things stand, the U.S., both in deed and in enunciated policy, stands in violation of every aspect of applicable international law. Indeed, both the actions and the policy violate U.S. law, wherein, to quote the Supreme Court in its 1866 Milligan opinion, Constitutional requirements supposedly bind both rulers and people, equally in war and in peace, covering with the shield of their protection all classes of men, at all times, and under all circumstances. Emphasis added. November 29, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 56/241, calling for conventional arms control at the regional and sub-regional levels. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. November 29, 153 member states endorse UNGARES 56/27, describing Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons as a prime source of the risk of such armaments proliferating in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. 256. December. 130 member states endorse UNGARES 56/31, calling upon Israel to resolve the dispute over Jerusalem in conformity with international law. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 90 member states endorse UNGARES 56/32, calling upon Israel to comply with international law in resolving its dispute with Syria over the Golan Heights. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 106 member states endorse UNGARES 56/33, continuing the Committee on Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 107 member states endorse UNGARES 56/34, calling for a division of Palestinian rights within the UN Secretariat. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 153 member states endorse UNGARES 56/35, calling for a special information program on the question of Palestine. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 131 member states endorse UNGARES 56/36, calling for a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine, in conformity with international law. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 134 member states endorse UNGARES 56/49, calling for cooperation between the UN and the Preparatory Committee for a Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The U.S. alone casts an opposing vote. December 10, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 56/52, calling for increased non-military assistance to Palestinian refugees. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, I5 member states endorse UNGARES 56/54, reaffirming the right of Palestinians and other persons displaced by Israel's June 1967 attack upon its neighbors and subsequent hostilities to return to their homes. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 151 member states endorse UNGARES 56/56, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 150 member states endorse UNGARES 56/57, reaffirming the right of Palestinians dispossessed by Israel's illegal expansion from 1948 onward to recover their property and all revenues derived therefrom. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December. 151 member states endorse UNGARES 56/58, calling upon the Seconds General to proceed with establishing a University of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, to serve Palestinian refugees. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. 257. December 10, 83 member states endorse UNGARES 56/59, accepting the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. The U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 146 member states endorse UNGARES 56/60, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli practices and policies in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 145 member states endorse UNGARES 5661, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 5662, calling upon Israel to comply with relevant UN resolutions and international law in resolving its dispute with Syria over the Golan Heights. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 10, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 5666, condemning economic and other activities impeding realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 10, 147 member states endorse UNGARES 5673, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 10, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 5674, calling for immediate implementation of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. Only the US and the UK cast opposing votes. December LO, the US submits notice that it is withdrawing, effective June 13, 2002, from its 1972 treaty commitments, originally entered into with the Soviet Union and subsequently transposed to Russia, to limit anti-ballistic missile systems. U.S. implementation precipitates an immediate withdrawal of Russia from its commitments under provision of the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START II, signed on May 24, 2002. It also greatly increases the probability that China, Pakistan, North Korea, Iran, Syria, and Libya, all of which are targeted for U.S. nuclear strikes in Pentagon contingency plans leaked to the New York Times, will feel an ever greater need to develop increased nuclear capabilities of their own. Suffice it to say that the U.S. posture is directly contrary to the entire range of nuclear non-proliferation treaties, conventions, and agreements the U.S. now claims it is dedicated to enforcing against other countries, multilaterally where possible, unilaterally if necessary. December L4, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/2001/1199, calling for the immediate withdrawal of Israeli forces from the 258 occupied territories of Palestine. The U.S. employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 12-1-2. December 15, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse a draft Res. Condemning Middle East terrorism and calling for the introduction of a UN peacekeeping mission to the region as a means of alleviating the problem. The U.S., citing possible impairment of Israeli sovereignty, employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 12-1-2. December 19, 161 member states endorse UNGARES 56/142, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Only the U.S. and Israel cast opposing votes. December 19, 123 member states endorse UNGARES 56/150, reaffirming the right to development. The U.S. is one of 4 countries casting opposing votes. December 19, 169 member states endorse UNGARES 56/155, reaffirming the right to food. The U.S. is one of 2 countries casting opposing votes. December 19, 100 member states endorse UNGARES 56/179, condemning unilateral economic measures used as a means of political/economic compulsion against third world countries. Only the U.S. casts an opposing vote. December 21, 148 member states endorse UNGARES 56/204, reaffirming permanent Palestinian sovereignty over natural resources in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 24, 77 member states endorse UNGARES 56/232, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede the right of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US casts an opposing vote. 2002. January 3. El Press. Bush uses his annual State of the Union address to announce that an axis of evil consisting of Iraq, Iran and North Korea have become targets in his war on terror. North Korea in particular seems dumbfounded, since it has neither been accused of sponsoring terrorism nor any particular affiliation with the other two countries, and has entered into an agreement with the US to improve relations, with which the US, not Korea, has failed to comply. See the entry for October 19, 1994. As to Iraq and Iran, they are notoriously hostile to one another. Themselves seemingly flummoxed by Bush's list, US pundits scramble to explain that the common denominator joining the three countries is that all are engaged in developing nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. This, however, does not square with the reality that US allies like Israel, India, and Pakistan, the latter only recently removed from the State Department list of terrorist sponsors, have illegally possessed nuclear arsenal/delivery systems for years. Thus, the actual common denominator defining the axis is that the three constituents are among the countries most adamant in their refusal to accept US dictates. Insofar as nothing resembling a Security Council authorization attends Bush's pronouncement, it can only be viewed as an abridge. 259. Ment of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning Friendly Relations and Cooperation among States in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and a crime against peace, as defined in the London Charter. Certainly it violates both the letter and spirit of UNGA 337A, v. March 1, the US joins in approving SCRES 1381, demanding a halt to violence perpetrated by both Palestinians and Israelis. See the entry for May 17, 2001. As always, the US condition for not vetoing a resolution involving Israel is that it not contain enforcement provisions of any sort. Unsurprisingly, US support for Israel, both materially and diplomatically, continues undiminished despite a marked increase in Israeli military operations in the Palestinian territories immediately following the resolution's announcement. March 27, 134 member states endorse UNGARES 56/266, calling for comprehensive implementation and follow-up on the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance. See the entry for August 31, 2001. The US and Israel cast the only opposing votes. March 30, the US joins in approving SCRES 1402, calling for a ceasefire and withdrawal of Israeli forces from Palestinian cities. The trade-off for US endorsement is that the resolution lacks enforcement provisions. April 19, the US joins in approving SCRES 1405, expressing concern for the dire humanitarian situation suffered by residents of the Jenin refugee camp, in the West Bank, and calling upon Israel to lift restrictions imposed upon it by the IDF. US endorsement is once again contingent upon the resolutions containing no enforcement provisions. June 30, 13 of 15 Security Council member states endorse draft Res. S/2002/712, renewing the UN peacekeeping mission in Bosnia. The US employs its veto to override them on the basis that the resolution would not specifically exempt US personnel involved in the mission from ICC jurisdiction. Final vote, 13-1-1. September 12, Press. Bush addresses the UN General Assembly, informing it that it must henceforth either do as it is instructed by the US or be consigned to irrelevancy. In other words, its only function, from a Bushian perspective, is to legitimate whatever the US decides to do at any given moment. September 24, the US joins in approving SCRES 1435, which demands that Israel immediately cease measures in and around Ramallah, including the destruction of Palestinian civilian and security infrastructure, as well as the expeditious withdrawal of Israeli occupying forces from Palestinian cities, and a return to the positions held prior to September 2000. The applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli policy is also reaffirmed. As always, the quid pro quo for U.S. cooperation in a resolution critical of Israel is that it contain no enforcement provisions. 260. November. Under intense pressure from the U.S. delegation, which advances the premise that Iraq has secretly retained stockpiles of chemical and biological weapons/agents, and has resumed a program to develop nuclear weapons, the Security Council passes RES 1441, requiring that the Iraqis, on pain of the harshest consequences, accept immediate and unconditional UN inspections of all facilities in the country, including the private residences of its head of state. Former UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter, among others, derides such contentions as being absurd on their face. Ritter points out that there is absolutely no evidence that Iraq has acquired the technology necessary to resume its nuclear weapons program, and that any chemical weapons/agents it was still managing to hide when UN inspectors were withdrawn in 1998 would have long since have become inert. Iraq then admits a team of non-US inspectors headed by a Norwegian, Hans Blix. After Blix submits several reports indicating that no WMD have been detected, Seconds of State Colin Powell goes before the General Assembly to present what he calls proof that the on-the-ground inspectors are wrong. Among Powell's evidentiary submissions is an aerial photograph of what he claims are specialized vehicles used to transport chemical weapons in the process of removing material from a warehouse, presumably to hide it. Although it is quickly demonstrated that the photo shows no more than regular trucks backed up to a loading dock, the U.S. launches a diplomatic offensive designed to obtain a Security Council resolution authorizing the use of military force against Iraq, which, at that point, is even destroying a handful of Al-Samad missiles it has retained in its weapons inventory, contrary to SCRES 687. The effort fails spectacularly. France announces unequivocally that it will veto any such resolution, while Russia, China, Germany, and Chile make it clear that they will not endorse it either, and the US finally abandons it in February 2003, claiming rather lamely that all necessary authorization required for the use of force is already embodied in SCRES 1441, a claim several other Security Council members vociferously deny. November 12, 173 member states endorse UNGARES 5711, calling for an end to the U.S. embargo on Cuba. The U.S. and Israel, joined by Uzbekistan, cast opposing votes. The embargo continues, despite this and a dozen other such resolutions. November 21, 128 member states endorse UNGARES 5749, calling for cooperation between the UN and the Preparatory Committee for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Only the US casts an opposing vote. November 22, 120 member states endorse UNGARES 5758, calling for a reduction of non-strategic nuclear fuel. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. November 22, 125 member states endorse UNGARES 5759, calling for a new agenda to achieve a nuclear weapons-free world. The US is one of 6 countries casting opposing votes. A government of laws. 26-1. November 22, 105 member states endorse UNGARES 5763, calling for multilateralism in disarmament and non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. The US is one of 12 countries casting opposing votes. November 22, 160 member states endorse UNGARES 5765, highlighting the relationship between disarmament and development. Only the US casts an opposing vote. November 22, 160 member states endorse UNGARES 5773, calling for a nuclear weapons-free Southern Hemisphere. The US is one of 3 countries casting opposing votes. November 22, 165 member states endorse UNGARES 5777, calling for conventional arms control at regional and sub-regional levels. The US casts the only opposing vote. November 22, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 5778, calling for embarkation on the path to total elimination of nuclear weapons. The US cast one of 2 opposing votes. November 22, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 5797, describing Israel's illegal possession of nuclear weapons as a main source of the risk that such armaments will proliferate in the Middle East. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 109 member states endorse UNGARES 57/107, continuing the UN Committee on Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 108 member states endorse UNGARES 57/108, calling for a division of Palestinian rights within the UN Secretariat. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 159 member states endorse UNGARES 57/109, calling for a special information program on the question of Palestine. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 160 member states endorse UNGARES 57/110, calling for a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine, in conformity with international law. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 154 member states endorse UNGARES 57/111, calling for Israeli compliance with relevant UN resolutions and international law in resolving the dispute over the disposition of Jerusalem. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 109 member states endorse UNGARES 57/112, calling upon Israel to comply with relevant UN resolutions and international law in resolving its dispute with Syria over the Golan Heights. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. 262. December 11, 158 member states endorse UNGARES 57/117, calling for increased non-military assistance to Palestinian refugees. Only Israel casts an opposing vote, while the US abstains. December 11, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/119, reaffirming the right of Palestinians and other persons displaced by Israel's June 1967 attack upon its neighbors and subsequent hostilities to return to their homes. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/121, commending and continuing activities undertaken by the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 159 member states endorse UNGARES 57/122, reaffirming the right of Palestinians dispossessed as a result of Israel's illegal expansion from 1948 onward to recover their property and revenues derived therefrom. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 2, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/123, calling upon the Seconds General to proceed with establishment of a University of Jerusalem, Al-Quds, to serve Palestinian refugees. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 86 member states endorse UNGARES 57/124, accepting the annual report of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of Palestinians and other Arabs of the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/125, reaffirming the applicability of the 1949 Geneva Convention to Israeli practices and policies in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 154 member states endorse UNGARES 57/126, condemning the illegality of Israeli settlements in the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 148 member states endorse UNGARES 57/127, condemning Israeli human rights violations in the occupied territories. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 11, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/128, calling for Israeli compliance with relevant UN resolutions and other elements of international law in resolving the issue of the Golan Heights. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 2, 156 member states endorse UNGARES 57/132, condemning economic and other activities impeding realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 154 member states endorse UNGARES 57/139, calling for increased dissemination of information on decolonization by UN agencies. The US and the UK cast opposing votes. 263. December 11, 139 member states endorse UNGARES 57/140, calling for immediate implementation of UNGARES 1514, 15, the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in all non-self-governing territories. The US and the UK cast opposing votes. December 12, 132 member states endorse UNGARES 57/141, calling for implementation of the 1982 Law of the Sea. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 18, 175 member states endorse UNGARES 57/190, affirming the rights of the child. The US and Somalia cast the only opposing votes. December 18, 173 member states endorse UNGARES 57/195, calling for comprehensive implementation and follow-up on the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance. See the entry for August 31, 2001. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 18, 124 member states endorse UNGARES 57/197, condemning the use of mercenaries to impede realization of self-determination in non-self-governing territories. The US is one of 31 countries casting opposing votes. December 18, 172 member states endorse UNGARES 57/198, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 18, 127 member states endorse UNGARES 57/199, calling for adoption of the optional protocol additional to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, prohibiting the death penalty altogether. The US is one of 4 countries casting opposing votes. December 18, 133 member states endorse UNGARES 57/223, reaffirming the right to development. The US is one of 4 countries casting opposing votes. December 18, 176 member states endorse UNGARES 57/226, reaffirming the right to food. The US alone casts an opposing vote. December 20, 155 member states endorse UNGARES 57/269, reaffirming the right of the Palestinian people to exercise permanent sovereignty over the natural resources of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The US and Israel cast opposing votes. December 20, 12 of 15 Security Council member states endorse a draft Res. condemning Israel for its killing of several UN employees and destruction of a UN food warehouse in occupied Palestine. The US employs its veto to override them. Final vote, 12-1-2. 264. 2003. January 21 equals Mexico sues the US before the ICJ for violating Art. 36 of the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations by denying consular access to its nationals charged with crimes. Commutation of the sentences of 54 Mexicans on death row is requested. On February 5 the ICJ unanimously orders the US to postpone the next 3 scheduled executions. The US again ignores the order. See the entries for April 14, 1998, October 1, 1999, and June 27, 2001. As of this writing, there are approximately 120 foreign nationals on death row and an untold number of others being held in indefinite post-Sept 11 detention, most of whom have not been allowed to exercise their right to consular access. March 19, without authorization, and therefore asserting its inalienable right to defend itself against the weapons of mass destruction supposedly hoarded by Saddam Hussein, the US launches Operation Iraqi Freedom, a full-scale invasion of Iraq. As of this writing, July 20, 2003, with the entire country having been under effective US control for more than 3 months, the alleged WMD have been neither used nor found. Official justification for the conquest has therefore shifted to the need to liberate the Iraqi people by imposing democracy upon them. An Iraqi interim government selected by the Defense Department has been installed, making the US a de facto member of OPEC and altering the geopolitical calculus of the entire Mideast region. The US war constitutes a flagrant violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and UNGA Resolutions 337A, v, and 3314, XXIX. Assuming the US follows through on its announced intention to dictate the form of the post-war Iraqi government, its actions will violate UNGA Resolutions 380, v, and 2131, XX. Assuming further that the US follows through on its express intent to use force to preserve for its own geopolitical reasons the territorial integrity of the Iraqi state, irrespective of the desire of the Kurds to secede, it will also be in violation of Chapters 11 and 12 of the UN Charter, as well as the 1960 Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. April 10, serious chatter is advanced in the media by seconds of Defense Rumsfeld and other US officials, present and former, about the prospects since we've already got sufficient forces on hand to do the job of extending the Iraq campaign into Syria as a means of compelling another democratic regime change there, thus securing Israel's northern flank. The pretexts for invasion offered are that Syria may be harboring criminals from Iraq's deposed Ba'athist regime, as if the US hasn't harbored the Shah of Iran and a multitude of other such criminals. See, example, the entries for December 11, 1946 and February 11, 1979, and concerns that Syria is a sponsor of international terrorism, as if the US hasn't sponsored groups like Omega 7 and the Nicaraguan Contras. See the entries for January 1, 1959 and March 16, 1986, and may be in possession of weapons of mass destruction. 265. To its everlasting credit, Syria, uncowed by US bellicosity, replies that it will be happy to see the Mideast cleared of WMD, and will therefore gladly participate in any serious initiative designed to relieve the Israelis of such illegal items. All things considered, the US appears to be advancing one of its endlessly transparent deformations of legality as justification for launching yet another utterly illegal military onslaught. In any event, the entire US posture vis-a-vis Syria is already contrary to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I, 6 and 7, and UNGA RES 337A, v. April 12, the news breaks that U.S. VP Dick Cheney is still on the payroll of Halliburton. He received $1 million in deferred salary in 2001, and holds some $8 million in stock options. The Texas-based oil corporation/defense contractor for which he served as CEO before resuming public office in 2000. The information adds to an already pronounced clucking attending the facts that Halliburton subsidiary Kellogg, Brown & Root was paid $33 million to build the Camp X-ray prison facility at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. See the entry for November 13, 2001, has recently been awarded a lucrative no-bid contract to quell fires in the Iraqi oil fields, and seems likely to receive similar treatment with respect to an initial $1 billion contract to rebuild Iraq to Pentagon specifications. Estimates of the overall cost outlays on this one run from $30 to $45 billion over the next decade. The issue is quickly resolved by allowing 4 other major defense contractors to sidle up to the trough, although, even as things stand, Halliburton was able to report a doubling of its gross revenues between mid-2001 and the beginning of 2003, its stated income for 2002 was $1.6 billion. Actually, things are worse than they seem in the Cheney/Halliburton connection. As defense seconds in 1991, Cheney paid the corporation $4 million for a study of how it, along with its counterparts in the defense industry, might help out during a period of anticipated military downsizing. When Bill Clinton unexpectedly won the 1992 presidential election, Cheney immediately signed himself into Halliburton's top slot, relying upon stay-behind relationships to obtain at least $3.80 in defense contracts over the next 8 years. During Cheney's tenure, the corporation moved up in terms of revenues from 78th to 18th on the Pentagon's list of contractors. It should also be noted that during the 1990s, that is, during the otherwise draconian U.S. embargo of Iraq, Cheney managed to steer Halliburton into some $73 million in contracts with the Iraqi regime, helping to refurbish its oil production plant. In any event, those contending that the invasion/occupation of Iraq had nothing to do with WMD, terrorism, or liberating the Iraqi people but was instead prompted by a desire for personal profit on the part of those in high policy-making positions have an unimpeachable case. That any such employment of military force is illegal, and that those employing it are therefore criminals, goes without saying. April 15, although Syria is not under UN sanction, the U.S. shuts off the flow of oil to the country from Iraq, from which it draws about 35% of its consumption. The U.S. motive is openly coercive, with American officials publicly exulting that the impact on Syria's economy will likely be sufficient to 266. Force its government to do their bidding. The unilateral U.S. embargo, using another country's natural resources to accomplish it, is in flagrant violation of the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, especially Chapters I and 9, UNGARES 337A, v. the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, and both General Assembly resolutions on permanent sovereignty over natural resources, 1962, 1973. April 24, the U.S. announces that it has begun production of a whole new species of low-yield, i.e., tactical nuclear weapons, referred to as bunker busters. Self-evidently, such production violates every non-proliferation treaty on the books, including those the U.S. has appointed itself to enforce against Iraq, North Korea, and Iran. Given that the collateral effects of these TAC nukes is theoretically much less substantial than those attending the detonation of strategic nuclear weapons, the likelihood of their actually being used is astronomically greater. Insofar as this is true, it can be said that U.S. planners have consciously embraced a military doctrine in which violation of the 1972 prohibition of the use of nuclear weapons, the 1980 resolution on the non-use of nuclear weapons, and an ICJ opinion holding use or threat of use of such weapons to be illegal, is deemed to be a matter of discretion. On the ICJ opinion, see the entry for July 8, 1996. April 29, Press. Bush puts forth what he calls his roadmap for peace in the Middle East. In substance, it proffers a land for peace arrangement in which Israel will be obliged to partially comply with SC Resolutions 242 and 338 and a Palestinian state will be established by mid-2005. The Palestinian National Congress immediately endorses the proposition, while the Sharon regime refuses it on its face. Under heavy pressure from the U.S., Sharon then reverses course, stipulating that it will cooperate only if Yasser Arafat relinquishes power and the PNC arranges a halt in military actions by Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. No mention is made of suspending Israel's military aggression. When Arafat accepts this proposition as well, and stepping aside in favor of Israeli-preferred Mahmoud Abbas, Sharon is placed in a quandary. For several weeks he manages to avert fulfillment of his own terms by ordering IDF actions against Hamas and the Jihad every time they appear ready to accept a Mahmoud-negotiated ceasefire. Finally, despite ongoing and blatant Israeli provocations, the pair of terrorist organizations agree to suspend operations for 90 days, leaving Sharon no viable alternative but to withdraw his troops from pre-selected locations in the West Bank and to initiate talks. The implications remain unknown as of this writing. ISACE 2.1, responding to more than a decade of concerted U.S. pressure, the World Health Organization, WHO, adopts the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, aimed in part at prohibiting smoking in public spaces worldwide as a means of reducing the supposed ill effects on public health of environmental tobacco smoke, ETS. The convention is adopted despite a broad-based study of the problem completed by the WHO in 1998 which, 267, revealed no evidence that ETS produces any negative health effects at all. On the contrary, possible health benefits to children were demonstrated. At about the same time, a 1993 study purporting opposite findings and published by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, was found to be scientifically invalid by federal courts in both the U.S. and Australia. An independent study conducted in California and released on May 16, 2003 involving more than 118,000 subjects over a 12-year period. It is the first genuinely large-scale and sustained assessment yet carried out in the U.S. has, moreover, reached essentially the same conclusions as the WHO study. For the U.S. government, which presently refuses to extend health care protection to more 40 million of its citizens, to pretend that its position on ETS has anything at all to do with a concern for public health is on its face preposterous. The more so, since although a baby born in Los Angeles and never for a moment exposed to the alleged ravages of tobacco smoke reaches his/her EPA-established lifetime quota of inhaled toxins within 72 hours, this is the same government that refuses to accept the Kyoto Treaty's requirement that it reduce atmospheric pollutants within its own domain, and which insists that there is no correlation between the approximately 4,000 pounds of plutonium it has released into the environment and the rise in lung cancer rates among Americans over the past 50 years. 1 pound of plutonium, dispersed evenly through the Earth's atmosphere, would be sufficient to induce lung cancer in every human being on the planet. Aside from the glaring aspects of social engineering embodied in U.S. anti-smoking policy, the social space/practices of poor, non-white, and typically unruly people are being systematically abolished for their own good and/or the increased comfortability of their more privileged betters. It offers an ideal medium for diverting attention from the real problems it is designed to mask. That the subterfuge is being peddled on a worldwide basis speaks for itself. So, too, does the reality that the U.S., having sucked most other countries into participating in the travesty, has declined to sign off on its own anti-smoking convention. The reason? Certain provisions might impair its free trade in cigarettes, using health as a pretext to gouge the tobacco-buying public with increasingly astronomical taxes is one thing. After all, actually curtailing consumption of the products taxed, quite another. JLLLY 7. The White House acknowledges for the first time what has been known in international circles since early March. Press. Bush used incomplete and possibly inaccurate information in peddling the case for an immediate war against Iraq during his State of the Union address, January 28, 2003. Specifically at issue is his claim, attributed to British intelligence, that Iraq had been trying to buy substantial quantities of uranium from Niger, presumably to pursue its alleged nuclear weapons program. The CIA, however, had already determined that documentary evidence of the purchase was forged by whom has never been revealed and had informed the White House of its findings. Similarly, Bush repeated a charge made by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, that a shipment of aluminum tubing purchased by Iraq was only suited for nuclear weapons programs, although the falseness of this claim, too, had already been reported by the CIA to the White House. And then there are the President. 268. Tile assertions that proof of a link between Saddam and Al-Qaeda was ironclad, an allegation flatly refuted by his own intelligence reports. In effect, like Lyndon Johnson with regard to the Tonkin Gulf incident, see the entry for August 4, 1964, and Ronald Reagan with regard to both El Salvador and Grenada, see the entries for February 23, 1981 and October 25, 1983, George W. Bush lied through his teeth as an expedient to obtaining congressional/public consent for a war he, for reasons unstated, wished to wage. It could, on this basis, be argued that the country has been/is being duped by the criminal prevarications of its chief executives. Neither Johnson nor Reagan suffered the least consequences of having been found out, however, and it's a sage bet that Bush won't either. In this sense, all expressions of outrage and other such dither notwithstanding, the Congress and the country are thoroughly complicit in the crimes. July 18, the body of David Kelly, the British defence consultant alleged by the BBC to have blown the whistle on the fabricated documentation predicating his country's claim that Iraq was seeking to acquire uranium from Niger, is found in a London park. Although the death is designated a suicide, many are skeptical, some, perhaps, recalling such things as the 1959 finding by New Jersey officials that mobster Lunges Willman committed suicide by first tying his hands together behind his back, then hanging himself in his garage, the official 2001 Mexican verdict that human rights activist Digna Ochoa had killed herself by shooting herself in the leg and head, and, of course, the astonishing number of prisoners throughout the free world who, according to official sources, opt to beat themselves to death each year. Suffice it here to observe that Kelly's demise serves the interests both of press. Bush and his transatlantic lapdog, British PM Tony Blair, who was busily addressing a joint session of the U.S. Congress at the very moment the corpse was discovered. Whether the resulting controversy will have a lasting impact on either head of state remains to be seen, but the record provides ample reason to entertain serious doubts. July 20, Federal District Judge Richard W. Roberts orders $653 million of $1.7 billion in Iraqi assets frozen in 1990 held for payment to 17 former U.S. POWs for pain, suffering and mental anguish allegedly suffered at the hands of their captors during the 1991 Gulf War. In 2002, the U.S., acting on the basis of a newly enacted domestic statute, a provision of the 2001 USA Patriot Act by which the federal government unilaterally empowered itself to seize the assets of any country, group, or individual it declared to be a terrorist entity, asserted outright ownership of the funds. The judge initially awarded the 17 plaintiffs nearly $1 billion, $653 million in compensatory and $306 million in punitive damages, but the U.S. imposed dissolution of Iraq's Ba'athist government nullified the latter category. Undoubtedly, there are more than a few persons presently residing in cages at Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere who'd like to have a chat with the judge concerning the amounts they will be receiving from the U.S. in compensatory/punitive awards. So, too, any number of former Iraqi POWs, Panamanians, Grenadans and other such unfortunates stretching back in an unbroken line through the tiger cages of Con Son Island, see the entry for April 14, 1971, to Korea. There are, for that matter, more than a few. Indi. 269. Vigils in the U.S. itself who've documentedly suffered far worse at the hands of American penal authorities than anything experienced by the POWs. The name of Geronimo G. Jagaprat comes readily to mind, see the entry for December 9, 1975, without receiving anything remotely resembling the amount of compensation bestowed in this case. And, of course, there remains the issue of the thousands of Libyan, Iranian, and comparable non-combatants of many other nationalities, all of whom have been denied standing in U.S. courts to press compensatory/punitive claims against the U.S. for damages demonstrably sustained as a result of its myriad violations of international law, see the entries for April 14, 1986 and July 3, 1987, as examples. Equity being the first principle of valid jurisprudence, Judge Roberts' rulings embody a travesty amounting to state-sanctioned theft from the Iraqi people. In the alternative, leaving the specifics of the U.S. record at this point to speak for themselves, it is worth noting that the process of international legal codification set in motion in 1945 has, however inadvertently from the perspective of its instigator, yielded some genuinely constructive results. Were the laws of war as they are now codified actually enforced, for example, many of the technological advantages presently enjoyed by the world's only remaining superpower in asserting its strategic superiority, this includes not only nuclear weaponry but the full range of smart ordnance calculated to produce specified amounts of collateral damage, read, civilian casualties, would be nullified. 212 So, 2, a dizzying array of tactical paraphernalia, from cluster bombs to depleted uranium munitions. 213 Even the use of such non-lethal gases as CS and CN, commonly employed for crowd control purposes in the US itself, are illegal, and have been since the Hague Declaration II was promulgated in 1899.214. Any such leveling of the military playing field promising, as it does, a possible repetition of the Vietnam syndrome besetting the US during and immediately after its defeat in Indochina. Every time it ventures to intervene in another country's affairs. 215 would go far towards deterring the kind of wanton aggression increasingly displayed by the US over the past 20 years. At the very least, it would tend to wipe away the smug smirk perpetually adorning the lips of George W. Bush, and that in itself is a goal worth pursuing. Absent the presently overwhelming potential of American firepower to impose order at the expense of law, the current drive of U.S. state/corporate elites to both systematize and fully globalize their position of economic dominance cannot be consummated. 216 On the contrary, restoration of a semblance of military parity to international power equations stands both to enable other developed countries to thwart U.S. ambitions over the short run, and, more importantly, to revitalize the sorts of Third World liberation movements that displayed so much promise during the period 1950 to 75. 217 In substance, enforcement of the now codified rule of international law would have the effect of 270. Repealing the endless expansion of their share of the planet's wealth/resources aspired to by American plutocrats, forcing them into an equally open-ended implosive spiral. 218 As U.S. military/economic power thus wanes, that of the rest of the world increases in relative terms. Each increment of the process, of course, serves to enhance the ability of the international community to compel U.S. compliance with the entire range of articulated covenants, conventions, and United Nations resolutions, i.e., the long-standing U.S. policy of exempting itself and its friends from legal requirements. Arid constraints would be consigned to history's dustbin. 219 Reciprocally, each turn of the legal ratchet accelerates the rate of decay evident within the structure of American suzerainty. The process, if followed through to its logical culmination, would have the effect of at last actualizing the purpose for which the United Nations was from its inception theoretically intended, that of creating a truly democratic forum within which the rules and mechanics of international relations can be worked out in a manner preferred by, or at least acceptable to, the broadest possible range of constituents. 220 To this end, adjustments to the organization's internal configuration/procedures are plainly necessary, beginning with elimination of the prerogative wielded by select member states to veto Security Council resolutions. The Council itself might best be redefined as something along the lines of a special committee, with implementation of its resolutions subject to vote by the General Assembly. 221 Likely, the U.S., as it has done before, will seek to avert such democratization of the UN by withholding payment of its dues. 222 This maneuver can be met head-on by rescinding U.S. voting privileges in key areas or altogether until such time as it meets its obligations. 223 Should the U.S. attempt to withdraw from the UN under such circumstances, going it alone, in defiance of international community, its assets abroad can be impounded, the proceeds used to offset its debt, both current and projected. 224 The primary message to be conveyed is twofold, and of exceeding importance. First, that a body composed of 190 other member states will no longer be bent to the will of a single member, and, second, that the U.S. holds substantially less right to secede from the UN than the Confederate States had to secede from the U.S. 225 Both perceptually and attitudinally, the U.S., not only its leaders, but the population as a whole, are going to have to be left with no alternative but to accept the realization that their manifest destiny is to become a functioning part of rather than presiding over the community of nations. 226 That the role embraced by that community is to ensure the common good, and that the common good has long since been legally codified as devolving first and foremost upon the right of all peoples to self-determination, by virtue of which they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development irrespective of the preferences of or the convenience of their choices to the U.S. 227 In 271 other words, notwithstanding the triumphalist rhetoric of America's global profiteers or the sense of overweening entitlement with which the average American yuppie asserts his/her imaginary right to possess a new Saab, or cell phone, or condo in Vail, no matter how many youngsters must elsewhere starve in the trade-off, socialism, not free market capitalism, has been long and all but universally embraced as a normative legal requirement. 228 To pretend otherwise is thus not only to think/act in an anti-democratic manner, opposed to the fundamental freedoms of humanity, but criminally as well. And criminals, be it said, whether of the rational or the lunatic varieties, are always and everywhere quite rightly subject to corrective action by their more law-abiding peers. 229 While the advantages to peoples elsewhere of finally being free to exercise their legal rights to sovereignty over their natural resources and to organize their governments/economies as they themselves see fit are to a considerable extent self-evident, 230 benefits accruing to the U.S. domestic populace may seem rather less clear. This is especially so, given the propensity of the American plutocracy to defray costs of retrenchment, whether long-term or short, by passing them along to the poorest social sectors, primarily communities of color, as a matter of first resort. 231 Under existing international law, however, any such approach is patently illegal. Not only is the U.S. barred by the 1966 Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination from undertaking such time-honored expedients to preserving profits, but it has become a matter of near consensus among UN member states that such things as adequate nutrition, health care, and housing constitute fundamental human rights. 232 Hence, were U.S. elites to seek preservation of their privilege on the home front by resort to the usual austerity measures, they could be subjected to international trade sanctions, the freezing of their assets abroad, and methods of convincing them that failure to meet their legally defined obligations to the social welfare has become cost prohibitive. 233 The bottom line is that the great majority of U.S. citizens would, like the rest of the world population, be materially better off were their government and its corporate counterparts leashed to the norms and standards of international legality rather than left to pursue the U.S. national interest, however and by whatever means they might choose to define it at a given moment. This is true not only in the ways mentioned in the preceding paragraph, but also in terms of the rights acknowledged in international law as residing in children, women, prisoners, non-citizen migrant workers, and numerous others. 234 As well as the restraints imposed upon elites in employing force to sustain any order which has the effect of curtailing or abridging such rights. 235 So, too, the self-determining prerogatives inhering in U.S. external possessions like Guam and Puerto Rico 236 not to mention the state of Hawaii and the internal colonial archipelago of American Indian nations Com. 272. Prizing in aggregate about a third of the area encompassed by the lower 48 states. 237 Ultimately, the only group likely not to benefit from the binding effects of international law are the U.S. plutocrats and the roughly 5% of the American population most closely aligned with them. To be sure, it can quite reasonably be argued that, whatever its other advantages, the international legal system will have proven incapable of producing justice until Henry Kissinger, Madeleine Albright, Jesse Helms, Donald Rumsfeld, and other such scum are dangling on the gallows, or at least sitting in cells adjoining those of lesser thugs like Slobodan Milosevic. 238 Establishment of the International Criminal Court offers the tangible prospect of precisely this result, however, should ways be found to deliver America's myriad perpetrators of war crimes, genocide, and other crimes against humanity to their chairs in the defendant's dock. 239 Indeed, the very existence of such a mechanism for adjudicating and punishing the powerful will undoubtedly have the effect of stimulating U.S. jurists to at last take seriously their obligation to ensure the conformity of their rulings and opinions with international rather than mere domestic legality. 240 This in itself could go far towards correcting many of the inequities afflicting American jurisprudence over the past 2 centuries. It can also be argued, and rightly so, that in the final analysis control of state crime can be accomplished only by abolition of the state itself. 241 In this connection, it should be noted that no less unabashed a statist than Nazi legal theorist Carl Schmitt viewed the kind of overarching legalism at issue herein as state-destroying. 242 At least in the usual Hegelian sense of the state as the concrete order of orders, the institution of institutions. 243 Enforcing the rights of small states vis-a-vis large ones, and, more importantly, those of non-statist indigenous nations vis-a-vis states of all sizes, can only have the effect of hollowing out the present configuration of world order. 244 Engendering a dynamic of fragmentation/reduction in scale which renders statist forms of organization ever more unmanageable by virtue of their increasing incohesion and consequent incoherence. 245 It follows that there will be a growing quantity of space, both figurative and literal, within which to actualize opposing forms of socio-economic and political organization, thereby debunking in concrete terms the not-so-ancient myth that the state itself is any real way necessary to the well-being of humanity. 246 From such erosion, the dissolution of statism is an all but inevitable result. 247 Answers to the question of how best to approach the task at hand are obviously complex, requiring a far more lengthy explication than is possible here. Suffice it for the moment to observe that the onus of responsibility for initiating the process indicated in the present section lies not with the international community, but with those of us residing within the belly of the proverbial beast. Upon us rests the burden set. A government of laws. 273. Fourth in the Nuremberg Doctrine, and explained more thoroughly by Karl Jaspers, of doing whatever may be necessary to force the government of the U.S. into obeying the requirements of international law, those, that is, of basic human decency. 248 To this end there can be no gentle or painless route. It must be grasped, first and foremost, by those who take seriously their responsibility to catalyze the desired socio-economic/political transformation that it is absolutely pointless to expend time and energy speaking truth to power. 249. Those in power aren't listening, largely because they are already far more aware of what is being said than are those saying it. After all, it is they who have quite deliberately created the very circumstances being addressed. Since only the most morally depraved or psychopathically amoral 250 could possibly choose to conduct themselves in this fashion, arguments to morality, no matter how eloquently posed, can/will have not the least effect upon their thinking, their behavior, or upon the ugly situations generated by combinations of the two. It follows that success will not come through the writing of thoughtful letters to editors and congresspersons, petition drives and electoral mobilizations. No, the system cannot be voted out of existence if it could, voting would be forbidden, and it matters not a whit which individual or party is selected to preside most visibly over its continued functioning. Point 251. Similarly, it can't be attained through undertaking the right legislative initiatives or by recourse to the courts. Yes. Any and all additions to the domestic statutory/regulatory structure serve simply to refine, reinforce, and perpetuate the status quo. It is absurd to expect a judge to rule that the governing apparatus of which he is part must be abolished, and he would plainly lack the means of enforcing such a decree, even were he to enter it. Point 252. Nor can significant constructive change be accomplished through piecemeal activist boycotts. They don't really care whether you buy Nikes as opposed to Adidas. Boys and girls. And what's really so much cleaner about the other brands, anyway? Or the token strikes of a self-serving and long since bought-out labor movement. 253. Success will not come, moreover, through the staging of rallies, no matter how large, or protests, no matter how symbolic. It will not accrue from the peace marches or the eternal bearing of witness at candlelit prayer vigils. 254. It will not be gained by proliferation of community radio stations and alternative media more generally, or by devising better courses for the country's public schools and universities. Point 255. It cannot be had even by sporting the wittiest or most poignant of buttons and bumper stickers. Changing up a bit, it seems worth noting that the American plutocracy can never be brought to heel by cultural means, including the establishment of viable prefigurative relations in one or another setting. Point 256. Textual deconstruct ions, no matter how profoundly insightful, have no material effect on the functioning of power. 257. Nor does the now fashionable intellectual procedure of resolving the problems present. 274. Plaguing the world via the sophistry of consigning them to the past tense, as in, how about we actually complete the process of global decolonization before we announce our entry into the post-colonial era. 258. At less rarefied levels, the same holds true. The necessary objectives will not be reached through a perpetual replaying of Rage Against the Machine, Tupac Shakur, and propaganda CDs, deeper study of Hinduism and Tantra Yoga, the building of better bike paths, or yet another alteration in hairstyles, fashion statements, and diets. Organic gardening won't fix things, nor will the wonders of natural childbirth, a further fetishizing of gender relations, or ever more sweeping denunciations of the hierarchy. Point 259. Adding a few tattoos and body piercings will not do the job. There's no pill that can be taken to make things better, and, certainly pretending that there's some sort of progressive virtue in banning smoking, which is to say, the approximately one third of the adult population of North America who are active smokers from public spaces, especially the spaces supposedly devoted to political organizing, is self-defeating to the point of outright idiocy. Point 260. Skeptics might wish to explain exactly how and to what extent the Nazis' Hitler was, after all, a duly elected anti-smoking ecologist vegetarian official influenced by Eastern mysticism and the occult. 261. Might have been swayed in their policy orientation by receipt of carefully worded petitions. Nonetheless, most of the things mentioned in the last two paragraphs, with the obvious exceptions of attempts to foist off such drivel as postmodernity. 262. And the glaringly elitist enthusiasm with which people who should, and probably do, know better have embraced the anti-smoking fad are imbued with considerable value and utility, at least in their potentials. Yes, even voting and candlelit vigils can be tactfully useful exercises when properly contextualized. 263. Each of them embodies a certain capacity to convey truth, a matter which is of consequence, however, only when the truth involved is addressed, consciously so, not to power, but to people, in the very teeth of power. Put another way, the only truth which is actually true, and thus worthy of communication by those purporting to oppose the status quo, is that which is explicitly unacceptable to those in power. Anything permitted by the powerful receives its license only because it serves in the final analysis to perpetuate the structure upon which their collective dominance depends. Point 264. In this connection, the question may be reduced to a matter of how the oppositionist message is framed. The same information can invariably be deployed in ways leading people to the comfortable but utterly false conclusion that the system producing whatever horrors are under immediate discussion can be reformed in a manner eliminating the injustice/carnage involved, as if such outcomes were merely avoidable byproducts of an essentially sound social, economic, and political order, or in ways making unequivocally clear the far less convenient facts that such results are inherent to the system, and that only through its complete eradication can an affirmative change in the offending con. 275. Conditions be achieved. 265 Reformist argumentation, and the constricted range of tactics attending it, will always be permitted and often welcomed by America's elites, though seldom really acted upon under the co-optive veneer of liberal democracy with which they've larded the fascistic core of their dominion. Arguments and tactics aimed at systemic eradication will never for a moment be countenanced. 266 The implications of the distinction just posed can perhaps be most readily discerned by considering the effects of reforming the Third Reich in such a way as to expunge the policies leading to what is usually depicted as being the very worst of its crimes, its extermination of the European Jews. 267 Undeniably, this would have been a major victory in its own right. With that victory achieved, however, the Nazi state would still have been the Nazi state, and, since its policy of expansion was by no means contingent upon the Jewish genocide, it would still have launched a war of aggression claiming something over 40 million lives. 268 Averting the Jewish extermination, moreover, would have accomplished nothing at all in terms of protecting the Romani, Gypsies, and others subjected to entirely comparable modes of extermination. 269 Nor would it have done much to alleviate the suffering of the hundreds of thousands of communists, trade unionists, homosexuals, and so on, who, although they were not exterminated outright, died like flies under the abysmal conditions prevailing in Nazism's forced labor camps. 270 Only the most thoroughgoing destruction of the Nazi system would ever have been sufficient to have prevented it from consummating itself as it did. And it is this that the German people are faulted for not have accomplished, or at least initiated of their own volition. The same rule applies to those of us residing within the U.S. Precisely how it must be acted upon is to a large extent rendered contingent by the terms of struggle imposed by the state as it mounts its internal defense. In this regard, the rampant growth in militarization of the U.S. police/prison apparatus over the past quarter century speaks loudly, as do recent relaxations of long-standing prohibitions against use of the military itself in preserving the domestic order. 271 The meaning of these developments must be taken for what it is: ways and means devised, skills developed, and most of all a consciousness inculcated among oppositionists that allows us not only to set about meeting the state's forces on their own terms, but to overcome them. 272 To this end, we must learn from the experiences of those who have confronted similar situations in the not-so-distant past, drawing the appropriate lessons from both their successes and their failures, bringing these lessons to bear on our own struggle, thus forging a strategy to win. 273 Here, there can be no pretense that purity of principle precludes the employment of particular tactics. Example: that resort to arms is always and everywhere a philosophically inappropriate response to oppression. 274, or, worse, that such responses are appropriate only when they occur somewhere anywhere but here. 275. To put it another way, as Malcolm 276 X did, it is not only our right but our obligation to proceed by any means necessary. 276 This is the truth which must at this point be conveyed. It should not be mistaken for an assertion that everyone capable of lifting a weapon must suddenly pick up the gun, storm some figurative Bastille, and bring the state crashing to its knees. 277 It is unnecessary to bring the motherfucker down in the classic sense of the French and Russian revolutions, however alluring such imagery might seem. All that is necessary is that the US be sufficiently destabilized, that is to say, weakened from within, for the rest of the world to enforce the rule of law against it, without having to fight World War III in the process. 278 At that point, the US can be expected to begin to come apart in ways not dissimilar to those evidenced by the Soviet Union during the late 1980s. 279 Accomplishing this does not require vast numbers of guerrillas operating in the county's interior. Rather, it entails a clarity of consciousness on the part of those not engaged in combat capacities, allowing them to both understand the necessity of armed struggle and provide essential material/psychological support to those who are, thus becoming, to paraphrase Mao Zedong, the sea in which the guerrilla swims. 280. In effect, the petty ideological/philosophical bickering which currently divides the American opposition, and which has always divided it. 281 must be transcended in a manner enabling us to harness and coordinate all our tactical energies and resources, from ballots to bombs, in a concerted and collective drive to undermine/vanquish the enemy we so plainly share. There will be many, no doubt, who view the preceding formulation with utmost skepticism, proclaiming either such unification of the opposition as is demanded, or its ability to seriously impair the functioning of the American state even if achieved, to be unrealistic. To them, the only reasonable response is that this is exactly what those in power wish us to believe. The first line of defense of any oppressive system is situated primarily in the minds of the oppressed, a circumstance dictated by our indoctrination, virtually from birth, to see the way things are as being, if not exactly right or natural, then at least inevitable. 282 Correspondingly, we are left to conclude that substantive alterations in the status quo are impossible. It follows that allowing those in power to continue to occupy the station of defining realism for their self-proclaimed opponents means quite simply that reality will be constricted to perpetuation/refinement/intensification of the very modes of oppression the opposition purports to oppose. The Archimedean point for any broader emancipation. 283 may thus be located with considerable precision in our embrace of a traditional anarchist premise, employed as a slogan by insurrectionary French students during the almost revolution of 1968 and given voice most recently by Jacques Derrida: to be realistic, we must demand the impossible.